Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome back. I it's welcome back to day two. We are so happy to have everyone join us today. I thought yesterday was went very well. We had a lot of good conversations and came up with some good recommendations at the end of the day. And um, so happy that we have got access for everyone today to be online with us to fully be camera or be on the camera and so we're happy for that as well. Um, Wanted to just give special thanks to our folks that are behind the scenes running and organizing the presentations, Ben Riley and Devin Avery. They have been very helpful in that process as well as making sure that things just flow smoothly. So big thank you to them as well. Again, as yesterday, I will note that based upon our open records laws and bylaws that we would ask everyone to stay muted until you're prepared to speak, and then when you speak, just come on, state your name, and make sure that you identify yourself there, and the camera needs to stay on for the duration of the meeting. So again, we're super glad that we're able to get that, and Elena is able to be fully engaged with us today as well. So at this point, I will turn things over to our friends from the center, and we'll get today kicked off. So again, thanks everyone for being here.
Thank you, Kevin. I'm going to pick it up from here and transition to a review of the plan for the day, just so we're all on the same page. This will be brief, as you all can see the agenda, but I'll remind us that the materials are available on the webpage link that we previously sent out. That will be kind of your one-stop shop. I have, since yesterday, added the slides from the science item development agenda item. So you can access those there as well. But in terms of today's agenda, we will pass it back to KDE after I speak. We're going to have them provide some updates. As Kevin mentioned, we had originally had a meeting planned for October. Things were a little busy at that time. And so we get to hear about the outcomes of all of that reporting in terms of assessment and accountability results from 2024-25. We'll then hear from Hamro, who's going to share some information about the research and reports plan for this school year, 2025-26. Then we'll kind of turn our attention back to accountability in a way. We have been at the center supporting some work around considering different options for measuring English learner progress for the progress in English language proficiency indicator, and want to bring some options to you all for some, get your feedback on those. We're also going to talk about growth and accountability. So thinking more about the academic growth measure. As we mentioned yesterday, there is a bill that has been proposed to return to a student level growth measure in the Commonwealth's accountability system. We have some time near the end of the day to discuss priorities for the TAC over the coming year. And then we'll, again, conduct our kind of final review of the recommendations we'll be accumulating over the course of the day, ask you all to vote on those, kind of finalize our next steps, and we'll again adjourn at 4 Eastern. I'll just mention, speaking of those recommendations, that we will be keeping those in the same document as yesterday. And as was practiced yesterday, we'll ask folks to review those at the end of each agenda item to make sure that we're capturing your good input, TAC members, throughout the meeting today. Any questions about the agenda? Chris, anything I missed, or friends at KDE, anything I missed? And I probably should have taken control because the slides here. I'm sorry, I just dove into speaking about this. All right, well, I think then with that, I'm going to pass it back over to KDE for their updates.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you again for your time and attention today. As we noted that yesterday's discussion was really productive. We got through a lot of information in the set amount of time. So we'll start with the KDE update, as Laura noted. We've had a lot happen over the course of the last year. We're going to talk about first some performance and give an overview for the 24-25 school year. We did have both scoring and reporting happen since we've met. So just want to bring you up to date about where we are on the current accountability system, and also provide some highlights that we saw, some good movement in our results, and we were really glad to be able to share that with you, as well as we have had a change in our college admissions exam vendor. We have had for many years the ACT as our vendor for the college admissions exam. And when we went out for procurement, the result of the competitive bid was that the College Board won the contract, and KDE in Kentucky are transitioning to the SAT for our college admissions exam. So that is, we wanted to share that with you, and some few more additional details. And then we've got some changes. We've talked about the Kentucky United We Learn and the timeline. And you heard a little bit yesterday about the Kentucky United We Learn Council. Just wanted to bring you up to date on where we are with those efforts, and provide some exciting news about current legislation. So lots to discuss this morning around the KDE updates. And then, of course, my colleagues here at KDE can jump in and chime in where any other gaps that I leave, and be able to help with the presentation if needed. So let's start with the assessment and accountability results. Those were released under embargo to our districts on November 17th. Now, with our processes in Kentucky, we go through a extensive quality control process, and we have multiple steps that we work with our districts in order to make the data as accurate as possible prior to public reporting. So assessment results were released in early August. So schools and districts had assessment results with the exception of science, and you heard yesterday all the good discussion about our updated science assessment. And so those assessment scores were delayed a bit until we had those standard setting and the good standard setting process that we had, and you all gave great feedback on yesterday. So those steps had to take place before we had the science assessment, and then scores released, and then of course we needed those for our accountability reporting as well. So we did release, again, under embargo, the accountability data that ensured the accuracy for those for the 24-25 school year. And those were then made public to the Kentucky and others as on November 19th in our school report card. So again, the Kentucky Board of Education received a presentation in December based on the public data. They received aggregate data and disaggregated assessment and accountability for all students and student groups. So that was as far as the timeline. Some of the overview for our assessment results for the 24-25 school year. As you recall, we have a color-coded system that we aggregate all of our indicators. So we have multiple indicators at each level. And each of those indicators by school receive a color rating, and those color ratings are from red to blue, red being the lowest, and then progressive up to blue is the highest. We have it goes red, yellow, red, orange, yellow, green, and blue along that continuum. And so we saw in elementary schools a rise in their color ratings. So each of our indicators then have a color, and then those indicators are combined then to an overall score that then is also designated around those ranges of the overall color scores then to a color rating. Or those overall scores then lead to a standard setting that we had in those color ratings. So there's colors associated in ranges of that overall score. So they get colors for the indicators, and then they get separate colors for the overall score. And so we did see a rise in elementary school in those highest colors of yellow, green, and blue from 24 to 25. There was also a notable increase in our middle schools that received blue ratings. So again, that's the highest level. We went from 27 middle schools in 2024 having a blue rating to 55 in 2025. So that was a notable advance, as well as our high schools had a sharp drop in our lowest colors. Again, those lowest colors are red and orange, and nearly doubling from 25 in 2024 to 46 in 2025, those high schools that had blue overall ratings. So with that, we saw some really good progress with our schools. And we'll note for you that the all student group showed partial recovery in 2025. So we're to a point that we are recovering from our post-pandemic decline, where we came out of the pandemic. We had in 2020, we had no testing other than the ACT in 2020, and then partial testing in 2021. Then our analysis are from 2022 to 2025. Those scores are where we're seeing the partial recovery. We're not quite back to where we were in post-pandemic or pre-pandemic levels, but we are seeing that progressive progress toward that making a full recovery. So we're definitely on the right track in Kentucky when it comes to rebounding from our pandemic. Continuing on with a few highlights around the assessment and accountability released. We had the number of high schools that received the highest color rating in our post-secondary readiness. So that indicator, there are multiple indicators at each level, post-secondary readiness being one at the high school. We saw it increased from 74 to 119. So again, that notable increase in post-secondary readiness. And then of the 226 high schools with the post-secondary readiness indicator, 125 had a very high status level, and a total of 155 had an increased or significantly increased in that post-secondary readiness indicator. Now, I'll just note for you that we have currently in our in 2025 and then again in 2026, we reported on both status and change. And status is the current year performance on those indicators. And then the change is then the comparison from the year before. So the change is reported from increase significantly to decrease significantly. And we saw those highest levels of change that you can get is increased or increased significantly in post-secondary readiness. And again, that total of 155 schools out of the 226. So again, another positive note for our schools, our high schools that are recovering. As far as particular content areas in reading, this is the percentage of proficient and distinguished students increased at every single level. So we saw increases at elementary and middle schools statewide, increasing the proficient and distinguished by 2% and at high school by 1%. In mathematics, the percentage of proficient and distinguished students increased again at every level, but again at various rates. And you see the highest there increase of proficient and distinguished students at high school. And then across all grade levels, elementary, middle, and high, the performance in reading math, again, is trending upward. And it's reaching that, again, those highest levels that we've seen in the past few years. Areas of growth, we do continue to see our student groups are continuing to lag behind. Those durable, those persistent achievement gaps are still there. Now, I'll note for you that what we've seen, and as we look farther into the data, is that our student groups are either growing or staying the same. They're maintaining their performance. But what we're seeing is the groups that are their counterparts, they are growing and accelerating as well. So although our groups are increasing, their counterparts are increasing or increasingly at a greater rate as our students in our different demographic groups. So for example, if you see an increase in our, let's say our students with English language, then we're seeing students that are non-English language learners also growing, and they may be growing at a faster rate. So what we're seeing is those persistent gaps are still there because all of our student groups are rising, but our student groups are not rising faster than their counterparts. So when we have things to celebrate because our groups in various levels are increasing, but not closing those persistent achievement gaps. School improvement efforts, we did identify, this was the first year we've identified our comprehensive support and improvement schools. We were doing that on a 3-year basis, and legislation changed in 2025 that made that now an annual identification. So 2025 was an identification year, and now we'll do that annually due to changes in our state statutes. So we identified, again, 53 schools for CSI, 39 were identified for targeted support and improvement, and 102 were identified for additional targeted support and improvement. Moving on to our college admissions exam. We had our contract with the ACT there with ACT since 2007. So 2008 was the first time we had administered a college admissions exam, and that was the ACT. So since 2008 through 2025, we have had the ACT administered to our juniors. And so KDE, with the assistance of our Finance and Administration Cabinet put forward a RFP, a request for proposal, and that competitive bid was won by the College Board. Now, I'll note for you a little bit of the time frame there. When we had the original statutory language included ACT as the vendor. So back in 2007, 2006, 2007, that time frame when a college admissions exam was first introduced in legislation, it identified ACT as the vendor and as the assessment that would be administered. So again, we started administering ACT in 2008. Somewhere around 2015, 2016, KDE advocated to the General Assembly to remove the particular vendor from the statutory language so that we could go out with a competitive bid. And the General Assembly changed that in 2016. So legislation in 2016 removed the ACT as a vendor from our statutory language. That did then include the ability to have a competitive bid. Well, KDE did release an RFP around 2017, and ACT won that competitive bid in, and I want to say that that contract started around 2018. And so we've had then their competitively won contract since 2018, and that was up. And so when that contract was over, we started prior to that with a competitive bid and going out with that. That bid was then won by the College Board, and in June of this past year, of June of 2025, we announced that the College Board won the competitive bid. Shortly after that announcement was made, we received a protest on that executed contract. So we had to pause a bit while we moved through that protest process. And now what KDE was allowed to do, we appealed to the Finance Administration Cabinet in order to continue working with the College Board throughout the time that protest was being resolved. And fortunately, they let us do that and work with the College Board as the protest was being resolved. It was then deemed as, and I'll quote here, the protest had no merit. And so we have been able to move forward with the College Board and the transition to SAT for this spring. So beginning in March, just a month or so away, March 2nd begins our administration for the SAT for the first time in Kentucky. So beginning this year, we will have that contract, that competitive bid. This impacts the students who are juniors. And so those students that are in the class of 2027 will be impacted by this contract. So the seniors this year, so that are graduating in May of 2026, they took the ACT. It'll be the juniors, and then the moving forward that is impacted this. So many of our districts are already familiar with the College Board and their processes, because several of our high schools and districts, they offer AP exams. So that existing relationship has helped with the transition. And we already have established in Kentucky by the Council on Post-Secondary Readiness the benchmarks on the SAT that determine that post-secondary readiness and academic readiness. So we'll continue very seamlessly with our transition readiness or post-secondary readiness indicator, utilizing the SAT scores rather than the ACT scores. Now, we've had students in the past who have come into the state or transferred into the state who have included their SAT scores in their school's accountability system. So it's not anything new for us in Kentucky to utilize those SAT scores for post-secondary readiness, because it has been a practice that we've had in the past. And of course, the academic readiness, the SAT or ACT, is only one of many, many ways that students can demonstrate readiness. There are ways that include like dual credit, that include post career readiness. There are ways such as a college, not only the college admissions exam, but a college placement exam. We have one in Kentucky that's utilized called Coyote, that many schools utilize to demonstrate readiness for their students for post-secondary academic readiness. There is also career readiness in multiple ways that they can demonstrate. So again, the college admissions exam is only one way that they can demonstrate readiness. All right, the last topic here is the Kentucky United We Learn. We'll transition to that, and it is an exciting time for the Kentucky United We Learn. As we noted yesterday, Susan Strange did a wonderful job presenting where we are currently with the current conversation around the Cool Council. You've seen this this graphic. I know that we've shared this with you before because it went back all the way. It started in 2024 with this graphic, but we've had a number of prototypes that have been developed. We've had partners from across the nation helping with this initiative. The state has been involved in discussions for several years now in developing a prototype or actually a framework for what a reimagined assessment system and a new accountability system could look like. And so we have transitioned from the advocacy phase. We're still advocating, but I'm happy to report that due to the efforts of thousands of Kentuckians being involved in studies, in small focus groups, on council meetings, we went through multiple town hall meetings and input on an accountability system, that we do have a bill that has been filed in the Kentucky legislature. It's House Bill 257 that is currently being discussed and advocated for in our state. So just a few of the changes that is included in the current bill. They include there's multiple pieces in there that the draft for the framework has included. And so just a few of those highlights. First, it continues with the assessments that are included in accountability, would be reading, math, science, social studies would continue to be included in accountability. Now, what it does remove is our editing mechanics and our on-demand writing. So those two would transition then to local assessments, and those would be then the responsibility of the district. Now, part of the bill includes that the school district or the school would, in their site-based council meeting, would have a required writing program and writing policies. So the school-based council decision-making body would then have to establish their own writing program in that. Now, there was a lot of discussion around transitioning to adaptive tests, especially in reading and math, and being able to incorporate grade level equivalency into our assessment program and reporting. And that is not in the current version of the bill. Although we had support for that across the state, the cost associated with going to a computer adaptive exam was not conducive and nor included in the current version. Now, we have heard that there is some continued desire to have that, so we'll see where that goes for moving forward. I mentioned that the bill would include language that focus the SBDM policies around writing. One of the most prominent pieces that we're excited about is moving away from that change component that I mentioned, that each indicator is reported on and each school is evaluated on for their each individual indicator, both status and change. Well, this bill removes that change component. So each of the indicators would be reported on, and the schools would be evaluated on that current status or the current performance for the school year. And included in those indicators would be an individual student growth. So it focuses more on the student in reading and math and their individual growth rather than the school's change component and how the school is performing overall on each of those indicators. So that's a positive change, one that we are have seen that was supported from the very beginning as we started the conversations around accountability. The post-secondary readiness would remain the same. The graduation rate would remain the same. English language progress would remain the same. It would still meet those federal requirements. Now, another change that the bill does bring in is that our currently we have climate and safety survey that is administered to all the students in testing grades, and the inclusion of that data is part of our state accountability that contributes to that overall those overall scores. In the current version of the bill, it would replace that climate and safety survey with chronic absenteeism. So chronic absenteeism is already collected by the department and it is reported publicly. It would shift to being included in our accountability system. Other changes, a really significant part of the bill introduces local qualities, local indicators of quality. Previously, it was called local accountability, but it does include a financial incentive for school districts to engage in and develop their own local indicators of quality. So the school district, we have several school districts currently in the state that are engaged in developing and have developed their own local accountability system. And so this bill, what it does is it incentivizes those districts to continue their local accountability efforts, as well as expands it to other districts who may be interested in going that direction. It just provides some financial support to do that. That then would incentivize other districts to expand that that part of the local accountability system would be to engage with their local communities around discussions of what they would like to see as a part of their school and what they want to hold their local school districts accountable for. So some discussions that we've had and we've heard from districts that are currently having a local accountability system. One in particular shared that they have had discussions with their local community, and they were encouraged by their community, and they wanted safety or security resource officers in their every school district and every school in that particular district. And that was something that the district had engaged in conversation, and they had some safety officers, but they didn't have a safety officer in every school. And they found then that was a local priority in the community, and that the community was willing to help fund that as a desire and a requirement of their local accountability system. So the school district now has a safety resource officer in their every school, and it shows the power that bringing people together can have, and the impact when you get the school, the community, and the citizens engaged in their local school district, and the positive nature that it can have. So that's just one example of the many examples that's been shared about how bringing people together can have positive changes for local communities. Now, that was in the local context. As a state, that's not something that you would put into a state accountability system, but something that was really important to that local school district or that local community. So again, that the bill incentivizes those type of efforts toward creating local qualities of measures of quality. And then there's also in the bill a trigger that if 60% of school districts in the state adopts local indicators of quality, then that would then initiate a requirement that all school districts would implement that local accountability system. Other particular pieces about that local system, that it would have to involve local communities. They would have to have local input. They would have to have committee meetings. They would have to bring together diverse groups of people, and also include in their local indicators of quality vibrant learning experiences, as well as other types of measures that they would deem appropriate. The school district would have to disaggregate data where it's applicable and appropriate. then and develop their own local display so that community members could see the progress or where they are on that. To support those local efforts, there is included in the bill that there would have technical assistance and hiring 6 regional specialists, and it has been included in the discussions, as well as then some financial pieces to support that. Now, we had included in the bill some step toward interim assessments, especially in reading and math, that were aligned to the summative assessment that would reduce and help alleviate some of the pressure in the local school districts around their the number of administrations of testing that students are engaged with, but that was not included in the bill. So interim assessments are not in the current version of the bill. Some other pieces like off-grade testing in science, or having an external evaluator review all of the local accountability systems, that didn't make it into it either. Now, another piece that was in the last framework 4.0, was that it moved away from the color ratings to other maybe descriptive parts of it, but that didn't make it into the bill either. So we are at this point pleased that we have a bill filed. It's been lots of efforts across many years by a lot of thoughtful partners, and just wonderful contributions by many people across the state, and then also the nation. And we're excited where we are currently, and we're looking forward to it getting across the finish line. But of course, the session does not end till April 15th. It is a long session this year because it is a budgetary session. And so we're not sure how it will go. We're continuing to advocate and hope that it will get to the finish line and become an actual statutory change. So that was a lot of good information across several different topics. Let me pause there and have any reactions, any thoughts around the performance, the switch to a college admissions vendor, or on this journey to a reimagined assessment system and accountability system. Alana.
This is Elena. Thank you so much. This just so much to celebrate, Jennifer. So really appreciate you sharing all of this with us. And I think congratulations to all your educators and students and communities for all the hard work, especially with regards to changes in accountability, but specifically with the local accountability piece. I know that's been a huge endeavor. So lots of kudos on that front. I also just wanted to ask a couple of follow-up questions, if that's okay.
Sure.
Really just, I'm kind of curious about some of the work that's happening in the accountability space to better understand some of the patterns and the changes that are happening from school to school. I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity to kind of dig a little bit deeper just to understand some of the, not just necessarily persistent gaps, but also some of the bright spots. So for example, thinking about the ways in which performance may be distributed across the groups, particularly the groups that you mentioned that may be lagging behind. And it would be really interesting just to get a sense of how variable some of that performance may look like from different school settings, for example, and what we could learn from those areas. And just so wondering, if there are some kind of follow-up steps from the accountability section to really kind of dig into the data a lot more, so that because a lot of this information gets really masked when we're thinking about it at the state level, and also thinking about it just in terms of, you know, movements from schools. But it would just be really nice to get a little bit more of a nuanced picture as well. So just wondering about some of the efforts and work that may be going in that direction.
That you're exactly right, and that's where we are taking those steps currently. We have in the state, we've had initiatives around literacy and numeracy. There's been various models being enacted in our state. There's been initiatives around high quality educational resources, instructional resources, and scaling those statewide. And so we've had multiple districts who are involved in several of those initiatives. And so what we're looking into is what we see and what the research shows around the implementation. So we want to know that if there's students in the classroom that had HQIRs for 4 consecutive years or 5 consecutive years, how did they perform in comparison by students that maybe didn't have those? So looking at research based on those type of initiatives, and understanding what the impacts of those initiatives are in relation to the student performance. So that those conversations are currently happening.
Yeah, I really appreciate just knowing that, because it's so wonderful just to kind of get a lot more contextual information about what's happening in the background, in particular with all the investments that's happening with, for example, as you mentioned, HQIR. Those are areas where there's just not a whole lot of work that's being done to understand the impact of that work over time. So I think it'd be really great if you can make those connections with what's happening in the assessment and perhaps in the accountability space as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I see Suzanne, you have your hand up next.
Yes, thank you. And I'd like to echo what Elena said in terms of all the good news and hearing about the local accountability systems. And I was just curious, as in any state, some of the districts have more resources and expertise. So I was wondering the extent to which all of the districts are able to really focus on local accountability systems, and if districts are working together to share ideas.
So that's the goal. And what we see is that there are different levels of capacity for our districts. You know, they have varying levels of staffing. They have various levels of expertise. They have various levels of experience. And some districts are in various places. We've got, right now, we have 7 districts in Kentucky that are leading the charge around these local indicators of quality. I've got to get past local accountability. I've got to, in my mind, I'm thinking local accountability. But we've got 7 districts that are actually out there who have a functioning, formed local accountability system. They are sharing their knowledge, their expertise. They've been involved in many of the discussions around the Kentucky United We Learn Council, and involved in the development and learning and sharing their learning with others, so that people have just a base knowledge of what a local accountability system could be, what it could look like, what it entails. And so right now we have work that is being developed in conjunction with those districts around resources and tools that could be utilized by others. And we do have also a support staff currently in the state that is advocating for and encouraging the spread of those. So lots of work to be done to spread that local accountability system statewide. And someone else has their hand up.
I think Corinne had
It
her
was-
hand up.
I think it's
Oh, good.
Corinne.
Okay,
Yeah, go
all
ahead,
right.
Corinne.
Sorry. And I was talking off mute. Sorry. So yeah, this is Corinne Manley. So this is redundant with what you said, but I just want to make sure that I understand. You were emphasizing going from change at the school level to
Yes.
change at the individual level. And so am I right to say that the way that y'all are thinking about that is no longer doing the change score at the state accountability level, and then it's within local accountability that they would be focusing on student growth? Or are you going to also be teasing out individual growth at the state level?
It would be individual state at the state level. So you
state
think
level,
about it,
okay.
it being an indicator of with the other indicators such as post-secondary readiness, now chronic absenteeism, graduation rate. Individual student growth would become an indicator. Now that's I'll note for you, that is at the elementary and middle schools only.
I see.
Yes, because at elementary and middle schools, we test reading and math every grade 3 through 8. So that individual student growth is a indicator at the elementary and middle only.
And so you're using essentially the vertically scaled end of year assessments to tease that out.
Well, we haven't settled on a
I see.
growth model yet. We're working with the Center for Assessment on doing some
Right.
studies currently on our past data. We'll bring together at advisory councils. We'll
Right.
certainly bring this group back together and other advisory councils in the state. And that's part of the reason we wanted to get those particular dates on your calendar yesterday afternoon,
Gotcha.
because we're anticipating that that August timeframe, would be the timeframe that we would need your input on that. So those particular conversations will come back to you around individual student growth.
Well, we had some readings, and then we get today into things about growth, and so that's good. Though I did want to understand that you are trying to do that at the state level. It's not going to be done at the local level. Okay, great.
That's
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, you're right, Corinne. We have some time budgeted to get a little further into that later in today's meeting, so I'm excited about that. Looks like Pete has his hand up.
I do. So you had mentioned in talking about the switch from ACT to SAT that some districts were already familiar with the SAT, and sort of as a side comment said that because some districts were offering AP courses, from which I took to mean that some districts were not offering AP courses. So if that's the case, will there be more of a concerted effort to really provide those opportunities for students to take AP courses across the state to make that very consistent?
So those type of decisions are local as far as the offerings, course offerings and things of that nature. The College Board has been in our state for many years with AP testing, and with the shift to SAT as our college admissions exam, one could think that AP exams would be a focus for some of our high schools for preparation for their students in that nature. So yes, it is historically and has been a local decision around those course offerings and will continue to be so.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, we have other hands up. I don't know who was Alana.
I think Elena's next.
And let me go ahead and allow Leslie to speak first because I already had my chance, so I'll speak
Thanks,
after her.
Elena. All right.
Oh, it's okay, Alana. You can go. Go ahead. No problem.
Okay, thank you so much, Leslie. This is more of a question because this is the first time, oh, sorry, very brief question. I've never heard of coyote testing and the placement exam relative to that. So you mentioned that quite a few districts or maybe many districts use this. And I'm just trying to get a sense of how this kind of relates to two pieces. One, post-secondary readiness determinations, but also how does this dovetail with conversations around kind of how this adds to or potentially is a layered assessment on top of like SATs? So just trying to get a sense of like all these assessments that are happening.
Sure. So you haven't heard of it because it is a Kentucky specific, Kentucky developed assessment. We have a group of gentlemen out of the University of Kentucky and Northern Kentucky University who have collaborated on developing this college placement exam specific for Kentucky students. So it's been in our state for many years, over 10, I would say, maybe 15 years that they've been developing and offering this online assessment. So it is utilized as one of the opportunities for students to demonstrate readiness toward our state accountability system, but it's just as importantly is it's used for students that are going into specific courses in college that they can demonstrate that they're ready for those college credit-bearing courses.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the clarification. I just want to kind of put a pin because I think this is a fertile area for a lot of good studies that could also be done in relationship to some of the things that are happening in the post-secondary space. And so, especially because you've done this for a long time, there's a lot of great
Yes.
data that's probably available. So just putting a pin there because maybe this is something that we could revisit down the line.
Okay, thank you. Leslie?
Yeah. Yes, thanks. And yeah, this is Leslie, and I'm actually glad I went after Lana because she kind of got at the question I was actually getting at. We're
Okay.
along the same lines, and also what Pia just shared. But before I say that, I just want to echo some of what my colleagues already said, just to congratulate the department and on all the teachers and all the staff in your department in the state for the wonderful work you've done. Just such positive results, and yeah, and I love the graphic about this journey to the moon. Just like you're on a good trajectory to getting there as well. Yeah, so my questions were along the same lines as far as the post-secondary readiness, especially related to the transition between going from ACT to SAT. And given my day-to-day work, I know any kind of transition between vendors there's always a lot of work. So I'm sure there's a lot of work that's being done behind the scenes to make this transition possible. I guess sticking to sort of where we are in terms of the measures, I got kind of where Alana went. I went with one of the documents that was provided, linked in the presentation, which I think is put out by the CPE with these different post-secondary ready indicators, which include the ACT, SAT, Coyote, and then the GED, and a few other indicators. I guess my question is, are these, and I did a little crash course on your consolidated state plan as well. It seems like all these are indicators, and even these are just one of many options that schools and districts can use to show post-secondary readiness as part of that indicator. I guess the question that I think about, and I do agree, there's bunch of studies you could do here, but just specifically in this transition between ACT and SAT. When your Council on Post-Secondary Readiness looked at this data, did they kind of compare or anticipate if there'd be any change in sort of the performance when you make that shift from ACT to SAT, whether the SAT areas are harder or easier? And because one thing that I guess and we won't know until it actually plays out, I guess, in the coming year, is this could have an effect positively or negatively in terms of some of how schools and districts perform on that indicator. So when we're reviewing those results next year, if we see, for instance, some kind of change or some change within the performance specifically related to the high schools in that indicator, that is one thing that we may want to keep in mind, that it could just be simply because of a transition in terms of the assessment, that maybe districts and schools will need some time, especially if there are districts that are not familiar with the College Board exam. So that's just something to keep in mind, that if there is, when we're looking at these results next year and there's any change, that's something that we might want to keep in mind.
Thank you, Leslie, and that is a good note. In discussions with the Council on Post-Secondary Education, there were very similar thoughts around whether or not they needed to do another study for the appropriateness of those college readiness benchmarks, particular to the SAT. So for now, those benchmarks that have been in place will be utilized, with the potential of maybe revisiting those in the future in doing updated studies from the Council on Post-Secondary Education.
Yeah, that sounds like, and I highly endorse that approach. So that sounds great. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Okay. At this point, I think that I will turn it over to Art or Emily for their research. And we've already talked about research a good bit. So Art, this is a good transition.
Yeah.
Jennifer, thank you. If I could just elbow in slightly before Art to make one comment to the TAC, and I won't delay Art's good presentation, but we put a few recommendations based on the TAC's comments in response to Jennifer's great update, and we can come back to those later. They're mostly related to suggestions we heard from the TAC about collecting data and monitoring. So I'll just wanted to flag that for the TAC, and then we'll clear the way for Art to talk about science research, and then maybe after Art, we can come back and look at all the recommendations that we've recorded to this point together.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks.
Okay, well, I'm going to jump in, and I'll start by saying I'm Art Thacker. I work for Humro, and Emily Dickinson's also on the line, and Emily's sort of in charge of this research. I'm going to sort of walk us through the research, but Emily's available to answer questions and to, sort of give us any kind of background that the TAC might want. Because I am presenting, I can't see people. So if you have questions that you need to ask during the presentation, please, just sort of jump in and interrupt me. I'm perfectly okay with that. I'll start by saying that we're going to talk about, Humro's science research in 2025-26, rather than sort of give you the laundry list of all of the research that Humro's doing for KDE. We presented sort of a more comprehensive list during the last TAC meeting, and we continue to do additional research in Kentucky. We continue to do psychometric quality assurance work and sort of all of that good stuff. But I think we want to focus the TAC on science this time, because I think we sort of have the most questions for the TAC about science, and it's a pretty significant concern in Kentucky. So I'm gonna jump on in, and I'll sort of start by saying that KDE staff and Humro had discussions about sort of concerns raised in the field related to decreases in student proficiency in science. And one of the speculations was that the items on the Kentucky Summative Assessment may not reflect typical science instructional practices. So we did some, some preliminary examination of score patterns. We looked at the relationship between, sort of KSA science and ACT science. I went down, sort of several rabbit holes looking at that. And frankly, we didn't find a lot of compelling evidence that there were, sort of substantial differences between student performance on the KSA and student performance on the ACT science. So I looked at things like, if the instruction is more appropriate for ACT than for KSA, then having more science classes in high school, for instance, ought to generate a bigger increase in ACT science scores than it would on KSA science scores. But none of that sort of stuff was evident whenever we did those initial analyses. We also looked at the relationship between KSA science and KSA math and reading. We do those kinds of studies pretty routinely. And one of the other things that we did, which was actually pretty exciting for me as an old science teacher, is I actually went to the Kentucky Science Teachers Association conference, and I conducted a little presentation for them and then had a lengthy question and answer session with science educators and administrators to sort of talk and openly about sort of their concerns about science education in the state and sort of the state of science education in the state, what their concerns were, where, they were in their thinking about, science instruction and those kinds of things. And based on all of that, we sort of came back to KDE and we're moving forward doing some science studies. All right. We proposed a couple of studies. We're actually, we're mostly completed on the first one, which is looking at the alignment between instructional practices and assessments. And we're also planning to do some science instructional practices case studies. The first,
Pardon me for jumping in. I don't know if you can see the hands raised, but Suzanne has her hand up.
Yeah, Suzanne, go ahead.
Yeah.
Hi, Art. It's good to see you. I was just curious. You mentioned that the instructors or the science folks from the state in the conference spoke to you about their concerns. What were their overall concerns? Was it because it's using like a three-dimensional science, it's too complex, versus they're more traditionally instructing students in science?
Their biggest concerns actually were, sort of at a level above those sort of ideas, Suzanne. One of the biggest things to come out of that meeting was that, teachers were sort of frustrated that science has taken a backseat to reading and math and is often relegated to, sort of being a 1 hour, unless it's during the accountability year, being a 1 hour a week class that students in elementary get, as opposed to an hour every day, which, is sort of traditionally how science has been done in Kentucky, and similar for middle school. They were also, sort of concerned that their professional development, for learning to teach, the three-dimensional science standards was lacking, because professional development within the districts was typically focused on more general things that were applicable across subjects. So they didn't get very much professional development, or they reported that they didn't get very much professional development on specifically how to teach three-dimensional science, or even very science-specific professional development. A few of their other concerns were, there's a sort of a national teacher shortage, but there's a substantial teacher shortage for science in Kentucky, and a lot of districts are really struggling to bring in science teachers. So all of those things, sort of, ramped up to, their biggest concerns. The level of concern about the content specifically. We did have a couple of high school teachers tell me that, they were concerned that the three-dimensional science standards, Kentucky science standards, remove some of the mathematical context that they think is expected in early science classes in college and might be expected on ACT. So things like, balancing equations in science or doing a lot of the mathematics associated with early physics classes, those things are downplayed a little more, or in their views were downplayed a little more in those three-dimensional science standards in favor of more conceptual science, more phenomenon-based science. And they do, they did express some worries that those things may not be as appropriate for prepping students for college. But that was, mostly just a high school concern.
Thank you. That's helpful. And I'm sure that you're using some of that to think about future studies.
Absolutely, we are. And like I said, we're in the, go ahead, somebody else.
Oh, I just didn't know. I thought you were getting started again. I was going to let you know that Elena's in the queue to speak as well.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah, I can't see hands, so please, Elena.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. This is Elena. I just wanted to also highlight that all of the issues that you shared are these are all things that we've heard from just about almost every state. So I think it's really critical to uplift that because it's not necessarily a uniquely Kentucky issue.
Yeah, and I've heard that in my work in other states as well. So, but this was probably the first time that I've gathered a group of science teachers and sort of had them tell me that. So it was eye-opening for me, sort of how passionate they were about those issues. So. All right. So the first study that I'm going to talk about a little bit, we looked at some alignment between instructional practice and the summative assessment. That's well underway. So we'll mostly be reporting, things that have been completed and sort of what's currently happening. The second study involves doing a series of case studies to document science instructional practices. We've begun the process of sampling schools for those case studies and site visits. But we have not developed, the full plan and the data collection instruments. But we're going to ask you folks for some advice as we move forward on that front. And let me go to the next slide. So in spring, summer 2025, we did recruit some volunteer educators to participate in this, what we're calling an alignment study. Educators were asked to submit example instructional materials and to participate in a virtual review of Kentucky Science Assessment science items. And HMRO staff with science expertise reviewed the submitted instructional materials, and both the KSA items and the instructional materials were rated using the same instrument. So we used a rubric derived from the EQUIP rubric that was developed by Achieve for looking at the quality of instructional products. And it was part of the initiative to identify high quality materials related to the next generation science standards. We had the 9 educators participate in the instructional submission and 9 participants in the item review, though they were not exactly the same 9. We had 1 high school and 1 elementary school educator who submitted instructional materials and were able to participate in the item review. 2 middle school educators who participated in the item review did not submit any instructional materials. Yeah.
Art,
Yeah.
may I just ask you a quick question?
Sure.
Are you planning to do kind of a curriculum inventory? I mean, in some ways, it's really nice to know to what extent different schools are using HQIM more broadly in the science space. There aren't very many. So you're talking about a handful of materials that are actually considered to be high quality in this space. Having said that, I think, is there a way to kind of incorporate that? Because in that sense, you get a very good picture to what extent these are places that are using more of the kind of phenomena-based approaches, which is really the kinds of things that the HQIM are elevating, versus here are the places that are doing other things and business as usual, if you will.
We're not doing a full instructional inventory. We are conducting a survey where we're collecting some information on that, and I'll let Emily chime in if if there's some additional information about the survey and how we're getting at the high quality instructional materials in that survey, if we are.
Sorry, you pretty much said what I was going to say. Art's going to talk a little bit more about the survey, but we are conducting a kind of population level survey. We're attempting to get the full population of teachers and administrators related to science to respond. But one of the questions we are asking them, we have a list of kind of programs that they might be using, and then also an opportunity to indicate if they're using something else that's not in that list. Oh, Suzanne, go ahead.
In addition to collecting instructional materials, does that include assessments that they use in the classroom? Because what I've found over the years is that instructional materials can be very different than the type of assessment used. And so if kids know what the assessment's being used in the classroom, they can work towards that instead of some of the instructional.
Great question.
I see nods.
Yeah, we did. We asked for both instruction and formative assessment, and again, people weren't consistent with what they provided us. And in some cases, you would see these lessons where it was all kind of integrated, and then others would send us a lesson and then kind of send a separate assessment, and then some wouldn't send the assessment at all. So we did see some variability, but we did ask for that. That's a great question. Thanks.
Okay, I'm gonna move on. The results of that study are sort of presented here, and there are some surprising things on this list to me, and then some things that are sort of as expected. So we calculated the frequency at which each element of the rubric was presented for the instructional materials and for the assessment items, and compared those frequencies to determine any elements that were emphasized differently during instruction relative to the assessment. And again, when I say the assessment, I mean the KSA. And we found 5 elements that were rated more frequently present among classroom instructional materials compared to the summative assessment. And those include, phenomenon-based learning, evidence-based modeling, scientific practices for problem solving, argumentation and claim defense, and data visualization skills. And I guess I am a little surprised by a few of those, that they're more present on the KSA than they were in the instructional materials. It's, generally considered quite difficult to generate phenomenon-based assessment items. And I remember helping KDE develop some of those way back when, and it's pretty challenging to do that on an assessment. So I was surprised there wasn't more of that in the classroom assessment stuff than there was on the assessment. Maybe not so surprising were the 3 elements where classroom instructional materials were more highly rated than the items sort of avoiding procedural approaches. It's easier to do that in a classroom setting where, you don't have to sort of rely on, sort of small time limit kinds of procedural approaches that you might rely on an assessment. Integrated versus encapsulated learning, it's hard to produce integrated, learning examples on an hour or couple hour assessment, and then balance between content and processes. Again, those are really common things that's difficult to do on an assessment that is easier to do in a classroom. I'm more surprised by the areas where the KSA items were more highly rated. But those are sort of the general, findings from that study. And I'm going to stop and see if has anybody got a hand up, or can I go on? I'm going to go on.
This is Suzanne. Were you able to separate out teacher-based, teacher-developed activities, tasks versus a product? Just to see what's going on in the differences, if they've adopted a lot of materials, do they tend to be more similar to the KSA versus if it's teacher developed, do they depart from the 3-dimensional type of learning?
We didn't capture that necessarily. I mean, I think you could in some cases it was obvious from the kind of formatting of the materials that they probably were not teacher created. But, and again, and it was also a really small sample of materials that we did receive. So we didn't necessarily like look at, analyze anything, that way, just because we didn't have really a good indicator of
Yeah.
what.
Yeah, this is Suzanne, and I know with this case study, small samples, you
Yeah.
don't want to generalize to other schools, etc. But it might be used, I don't know what the data is going to be used for, but thinking about informing the educators about, what are some of the differences, and because it's difficult probably for many educators to develop these type of assessments. So just trying to, if this is just to inform you guys to do a broader study, you might want to tag some of this information to see the extent to which classroom assessments versus instructional materials differ versus product developed versus teacher developed.
Thanks. Yep.
Yeah. So Suzanne, minimally, we're going to, we're using, sort of this information to help inform the survey, to help inform the follow-up case studies, those kinds of things. But you're right. I mean, we're being pretty careful not to generalize.
And Pete, I think you had your hand up first.
I don't know if I did or not, but my hand is up. So, two questions. One, these results here are based on a sample of 9. Is that
right,
what I'm understanding correctly?
And I think we had about 16 different sets of instructional materials. We asked each person to submit 2 examples of lessons and formative assessment. But again, not everyone followed the direction. So we ended up with about 16 examples of instructional materials.
Okay, and so I guess I'm not entirely clear what it means when something is more highly rated one way or the other.
It's more frequent, I guess. We kind of looked at the relative frequency of when things were rated as like an element of the rubric was rated as present or not among the kind of set of assessment materials, or the set of instructional materials or set of assessment items. And then we just kind of compared those relative frequencies to say, oh, this appeared up here. It was kind of a crude analysis, but just kind of if something was relatively more emphasized or seen more frequently in the instructional materials, that's what it means when it was more highly rated, just more frequent.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks. And Elena?
I actually kind of had the same question. I was trying to get a sense of this, and I'm just wondering if it's possible. And again, I know this has to be run through the department as well, but if there's a way that we could perhaps take a look at these reports so we have a better, fuller understanding of what's been done, how the studies were set up, the purpose of sampling, all of that. I think that would be really helpful just for us to understand what's happening in these spaces.
Yeah, we have not completed because this was kind of a precursor to the larger survey that we're in the middle of now. We haven't written up a report yet, but I totally appreciate that. And yeah, we sorry to not have kind of more detailed preliminary results to share with you all. Leslie?
Yeah, hi, this is Leslie. And again, thanks for presenting this. I kept putting my hands up and down because I wasn't sure what to ask, but I actually, after what Pete and Elena asked, I think it's made it clear for me and maybe you just said it, Emily, I think this study, just so I understand, the study that you've shared so far is a precursor to the study 1 and study 2 that Art is about to share. And I think a lot of the concerns that my fellow colleagues have raised, I would say, yeah, the small sample size, especially looking at when it came to the review of instructional materials, you only had 1 middle school educator, right, of the 9. So middle school is not really well represented there either. And then also just curiously, because if I'm understanding what Art you just presented, the instructional materials were reviewed by HUMRO staff, whereas you had the KSA science items reviewed by the volunteer educators. So even there could be a potential rater effect there that could explain some of the results too. So all this is to say, and this is the question, I guess, how is the study you've done here feeding into this particular, I guess, pre-study you're doing here, feeding into the two studies that you're about to present? And maybe this is my way to segue so you can present about it, but I'm just curious, what are the conclusions you're drawing from this to inform the alignment and case study that you're about to share?
Well, so some of the things you see here that were listed, we're asking in our survey, which is, again, we're trying to survey everyone in the state. So we're asking, kind of the broader population, how frequently do you engage in these things in the classroom? I've got the wording, imprecise there, but that's essentially what we're asking. So we're kind of just following up on some of these patterns and trying to see, is that, when we ask kind of a broader population, are they reporting engaging in these things? How frequently are they engaging in these things in the classroom? And I will note just about this, we put out an open call for research participants, and it's really hard to get teachers to participate in these kinds of studies. We would have loved to have more participants, but and again, even when we got people to participate in the item review, we had trouble getting people to submit their materials. So yeah, I know you all understand that, but I will know that we would have loved to have had a bigger have more participation, but we just, couldn't find enough interested folks. Art, go ahead.
Okay. So the current work, so we are conducting a survey. We are, surveying the full population of science teachers, principals, and district level staff who provide or oversee science instruction. We're hoping to get a broader understanding of sort of typical science instructional practice, use of aligned high-quality science instruction and resources, and the grade level at which science instruction is provided and sort of how. The survey opened on Monday, January the 5th. And as mentioned earlier, we are planning to conduct a series of site visits in the fall of 2026. And we have started identifying, and again, the sample size is really small for those case studies. We can only really visit sort of 6 or 7 schools, and we're identifying the schools for the site visits, the case studies, based on, sort of their science performance and whether they're performing higher than would be expected in science given their reading and mathematics performance. And we're just, doing sort of a regression kind of analysis to determine, sort of schools that have outlier science scores, given reading and science or given reading and math. And during those site visits, we'll do, some combination of interviews and focus groups and observations and those kinds of things. We did talk to Kentucky. We went back and forth about, whether to include or try to include, a counterfactual sample. So, schools that were not doing quite so well, but because of challenges in getting schools to participate, especially if they're identified for, sort of not doing so well, and because the sample is unlikely to be generalizable in any, sort of broad kind of way anyway, it makes more sense, I think, to look at the sort of schools that are performing better than would be expected. And ideally, we'll be able to sort of compare how those schools are performing with the results from the survey and, get some idea about whether or not these schools are doing things that are substantively different than, sort of schools generally, sort of the means, kind of thing from the survey or the typical school based on the survey or not. And sort of that's sort of where we're hoping to move as we go into the next phase of the study. I don't know if Emily has an update on, how many people have filled out the science survey yet, but since it opened on January the 5th and is still open, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had, I checked at the beginning of the week, I provided a summary, and we had about 550-ish responses. Most of which were teachers, which, makes sense. There are more teachers than principals and administrators, but yeah. So, I mean, not bad for, and I think we're planning on keeping it open for about 3 weeks. So KDE is sending out reminders through their they have regular district assessment coordinator communications, and so they send the link with that. Pete?
Yeah, going back to the site visits of the 6 or 7 schools, I think, Art, you kind of laid out exactly the reasons why you would want to also visit schools that are not performing well. Because I'm kind of curious why you would tell them why they were selected. You don't have to say, you know what, you really suck compared to expectations. That's why we're going to come visit you. I don't think you need to say that. It is a selection process, and you were selected to participate. I don't think you need to bias their responses based on the results of your analyses. And I think it's difficult. It's very oftentimes difficult to, and you noted the generalizability issues, certainly, but part of what I assume you'd want to come away from this is saying, here's some of the things we see in the high performing schools. What kind of recommendations can we make when we go into schools where they're not high performing? And oftentimes what we see is that when you make suggestions about things you ought to be doing because they're effective, those low performing schools will say, oh, well, we're doing those. And so it's not a matter of listing out elements of what they ought to be doing. It's examining very carefully the fidelity with which they do the things they say they're doing, and you can only examine that by observing them. So I would urge you to reconsider and think about trying to get into some of those schools that quote unquote performing lower than expected.
Yeah,
I appreciate that, and and like I say, we've been sort of back and forth with KDE on this issue, and I appreciate that recommendation. So thanks.
Yeah, and I think we actually will have some room since we've ended up kind of moving the site visits to the fall, and so I think we'll have some room to maybe expand the sample a little bit. So so maybe we can make that work. Leslie, your hand's up.
Yeah, hi, this is Leslie. My question is on the study once on the survey. I guess I'll start with the question. When the survey is released, is it an anonymous survey, or do they provide their information?
It is anonymous.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, that was after some discussion. That was the way that we decided to go, was just to send the link out. We do collect their job role.
Okay.
So that's one piece of information that we get, but otherwise we're not tracking their school or district.
Yeah. Well, actually, I mean, I'm sure you wrestled through this, and I think there's pros and cons with each of these, right?
Yep.
The pros being like, and I'm thinking about another program that I serve on the TAC for, where they actually give out these type of surveys on a regular basis, and it is not anonymous, and it's one where they actually ask teachers to respond about themselves, their practices, but also about their students. And one thing that's always really, really relevant, and the program acknowledges this, is that because it's not anonymous, there's always a social desirability kind of concept. Like, okay, I'm going to present my best. It's interesting. Sometimes they present their best when it comes to the teaching, but not necessarily about the students. But that's and more realistic, I think, about the students. But that's just something to keep in mind if you had not given it as anonymous. But you are giving it anonymously, which maybe that'll sort of counter that a little bit. But the challenge with that would be, especially in light of sort of the challenges you just mentioned in terms of representation when you did the pre-study, is that there's no way for you to know how representative this sample.
Right.
I mean, you're aiming for the full population, but I think it's not a stretch to think you can imagine what types of schools or teachers would respond to this survey versus ones that may be missing. And I guess there's no way for you to really link it, besides you said, except the only information you're gathering is their role, right? Is what you have.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I
Well,
guess
a
that's one
third
thing.
option,
Yeah.
if I could
Yeah.
pop in here, a third option is to make it not anonymous, but confidential, so that you've got that information. You're not
Right.
sharing it, and presumably people will be persuaded by the pledges not to share it, but so there won't be the social desirability piece that Leslie is
Right.
mentioning, but you also have the ability to track for generalizability. So
Yeah, we have the capacity to do that. After discussions with KDE, they wanted to just send a single link out to everybody. We could have, had the option of kind of sending the survey links to targeted folks and then being able to track their responses, but since we're
Yeah.
just kind of sending the link out to everybody. So yeah, we don't really have a denominator on which to calculate a response rate, for example. And so, yeah, that's a limitation, but.
Yeah, we can, look at the, sort of the total, population of teachers as a denominator, but that's, problematic.
Yeah.
And, we did go through, sort of all of those options with KDE prior to, sort of fielding the survey and, debated back and forth the pros and cons about, whether we wanted to try and collect information about which schools folks were in, which districts, all of that sort of stuff. And ultimately, we settled on the anonymous survey, and yeah, it has all of the limitations that folks have mentioned here. And yeah, it was a because there are pros and cons with each approach. It was sort of judged to be the best option we had for moving forward with the survey. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds like you're very thoughtful about exploring all those alternatives. We've got Elena and Suzanne in the queue. Let's go to Elena.
This is Elena. I just wanted to maybe just get a little bit more information about understanding the ways in which you're thinking about doing the observations, because there are so many rubrics out there, so many. And it really depends on kind of your focal areas that you're really interested in kind of tapping into, because so many folks have done, like, for example, Erin Furtok, a great colleague of mine, has done tons of work in the space within the classroom assessment. She's got a lot of different rubrics that she uses. Bill Penwell is another great colleague of mine who does a lot of work in this space. The folks in University of Washington, Brian Reiser and his team has done phenomenal work in this area. So there's just so many different spaces that they're focusing on. And I think what's really hard about just thinking about just observing science instruction is that what you're trying to focus on and hone in on can look very different depending on what your focal area is. So I would just suggest just being a little bit more intentional about what you're thinking about, how you're entering these spaces and what you're hoping to elicit. I mean, if it's just like, are they doing kind of phenomena? I mean, that's, there's some stuff in there, but I think many of these researchers are really leaning into the things such as kind of discourse practices, the kinds of things that elevate ambitious teaching, for example. So these are all things that people are focusing on, but because they require such concerted attention to specific factors, like if it's discourse, that is a huge thing in and of itself. And you can just use essentially a lot of, I would say, work in and the bandwidth that you use around observations focused on just kind of the quality of the discursive practices happening in those spaces. So I think it's really important just to kind of be very clear about that, because it's hard to say like just science instruction, full stop. There's a lot of things happening in these spaces.
Right. And I appreciate that a great deal. And one of the things that we're hoping to get from the TAC is, sort of a couple of fronts. So we want the TAC's help in sort of understanding the gamut of the rubrics that are out there. And you mentioned, some rubrics that I do know about, like the ones from Washington, but I may not know about some of your other colleagues, rubrics for observing science instruction. And so what we're hoping to get from the TAC is sort of a better idea of what this space is. And then, we have some time. I mean, we're not visiting, schools until the fall. So we can work with KDE and, sort of hone in on the focus that they're most interested in so that we can do sort of the best job that we can whenever we go to those schools. Right now, you're right. I mean, we're a little vague in what we're doing because we haven't developed those rubrics. We don't have, sort of really clear research questions that we're attacking. We're at this stage, we're focused on sort of identifying schools that seem to be doing better than we would expect, and then trying to figure out what they're doing in science that might account for some of that. But to the extent that we can better focus that and sort of really hone in and I'm all for all of that.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Art. I think I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to kind of just enter a conversation with KDE first and some of their maybe science educators. The reason for this is because I think what's happening here is you really want to formulate those research questions to drive this study. And without that kind of grounding anchor, it's really hard to start thinking about just observations, like observations for what? So one of the things that I think would be really helpful is to at least get a sense of like, what are the things that the department is really interested in learning about what's happening. So for example, are we doing observations? It may not be the case you do need like contrasting sites. That may not be the purpose of the work that you're doing. The purpose of the work that you may be doing is, for example, being able to document these types of practices that can then inform some of the policies that are happening in school districts and schools as they are thinking about ways to better support science practices. And if you're doing that, then yeah, you're not interested in those contrasting cases. You're more interested in understanding like the deeper, richer work, the contextual work that's happening in these sites in order to elevate those supportive infrastructure conditions to support science instruction. But I think it's a little hard to start thinking about just rubrics and also which grades without a really clear understanding of exactly what are the questions that are driving this evaluation work. So if there's a way to kind of get those nailed down first and then come back to us perhaps or to other groups to talk about like then how do we think about the set of rubrics that really align with what we're interested in investigating, I think that's going to just make things a whole lot more easier.
I appreciate that. I think that's a great idea. And we've only recently begun working with the science content folks at KDE, but I think it makes sense to set up a couple of meetings with the folks that from KDE on this call and those science folks and maybe sort of do a better job of narrowing in on the questions. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I
Go
agree. And I think I'm thinking that maybe that some of the survey results could also just inform the discussion that we have with KDE about kind of where they want that focus to go. But yeah, that's a great point, Elena.
Elena, I want to clarify for the notes. I was trying to, you cited some particular scholarship. I heard you cite Bill Penuel. Who else did you cite?
Yeah, I cited Aaron Furtak. So Aaron Furtak and Hosen Kang is another person who's done a tremendous amount of work in classroom assessment space. So she would be very familiar with rubrics. And so Hosen is Hosun, and then Kang is her surname. And then Brian Reiser's group at the University of Washington. Just a ton of great work in this space as well.
Thank you. Very helpful.
And then Suzanne, your hand's up.
Thank you. This is Suzanne Lane. In addition to what Elena said, and I think trying to get those research questions down with KDE is essential before you move forward. And if it is possible, could you include students? Please excuse me if you mentioned that you couldn't for the survey or for focus groups, especially in middle and high school, because you're really going to get different perspectives depending upon talking to an administrator versus teacher versus a student. And even if you can't survey students, is there a way to have a couple of survey questions to students after the assessment, just to get information from them and thinking smart about what the research question is? Because I know that some states are are trying to get some information from students, and that's one way of doing it with 1 or 2 questions.
That's a great idea. Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll talk to KDE after this meeting and see if there's a way that we can maybe do add some questions to the existing survey and get some information from students. I will say that in the past, whenever we've done site visits and case studies in schools around Kentucky, we have conducted sort of focus groups with students in middle and high school, and while that's been very valuable, it's just become a lot more challenging to get permissions to be able to do that now, Suzanne. So I think it's a thing that we can put on our radar, and maybe sort of see if we can access students when we do those case studies. But I don't want to promise that. So.
Yeah, I think Art, or I can't remember now if you actually like talked over this slide completely. I think we talked about the first point, but then yeah, you want to talk about the kind of concern or interest in which where science instruction is provided.
Yeah, I think I want to take Elena's point to heart and ignore this question for now and come back to it after we have our meetings with KDE and the science staff there, and sort of focus in on our research questions, because I think that'll inform us more about which grades we need to visit, more than just sort of off the cuff recommendations from the TAC before we get those focused questions lined out.
Now that makes sense. Yeah, and I guess just to cover what the issue is that it appears,
Yeah.
and this is something we're asking on the survey, it appears that schools vary quite a bit in terms of when science instruction is provided. So we are trying to gauge that on the survey. And and again, the assumption is, I guess, if they're providing more years of science instruction, then that's going to have a positive impact on science performance. But anyway, so that's where that popped up. Yeah.
Yeah, and like I say, I think we can get. I think we'll get information on the survey from that.
Yep.
I think it makes sense to use that information to develop the questions, and then we'll move forward from there. And the last slide is, like I say, we're currently planning our studies for the next biennial. And this is a question about more than science. And I heard a couple of things related to sort of accessing Coyote and doing some other data analysis related to the college readiness and college placement kind of exams. Are there other things that the TAC would like to raise to sort of make sure that HMRO includes on our work for the next biennium? We do sort of bill ourselves as Kentucky's quality assurance contractor and validity research team. So if there are specific things that the TAC would recommend that we want to make sure that we include in our plans, we'd love to hear that.
Corinne?
Hi, this is Corinne Manley. You asked for specific things, and this is very broad in general, so I don't have that for you.
Broad in general is fine too. Yes.
There's the excitement around something very new and different is the local accountability. And I wonder how HMRO might over this time help them think about validity in those contexts. So again,
Um,
that's very, very general, but that's one thing I was thinking about in terms of validity and the work in their assessment coming up here.
Yeah, so we are the evaluator for the CGSA grant that is supporting some of the work that has gone into that local measures of quality initiative, I guess. Um, and uh, and so we've been sort of keeping up and sort of monitoring the progress of the Cool Council and the things that they're doing. And as part of that work, I've been to a couple of the places where they have a pretty advanced system in place already. I got to participate in some of the student defenses of learning that were part of one district's system, and actually got to talk to students, which was pretty cool, and provide some feedback to the council based on that. But as we move forward, yeah, I think it would be great if we could sort of figure out a way to do sort of reasonable research on that. And I do think that the districts struggle with sort of ensuring that they have quality measures and that they're doing work that has some validity evidence. So I think it's a place that we could be helpful. Thanks.
Yeah, you've done a good bit to try to bring more of a validity argument at the state level. And I just think, as your expertise in that area won't be matched, by when you have a lot of local persons putting in. So I think, guiding them in those ways as they start would be great.
Yep. Yeah, one of the coolest things about the folks that are doing the work in some of the districts that have more, sort of developed systems that are, reporting in to the Cool Council, is that, they have a fair amount of validity evidence, but they don't talk about it in the same kind of language that you and I might talk about validity evidence in it. But they are, sort of engaged in collecting the right things, I think, for the most part. So, yeah, I think it would be great if as those systems mature, if there's a way to collect sort of globally, some validity evidence related to those local measures, that would be excellent. So.
Great. We have Leslie and Elena in the queue. Go ahead, Leslie.
Yeah, this is Leslie. I'll go the other direction in terms of a very specific thing, and it's so specific. It's almost like a low-hanging fruit that I'm almost guessing maybe you've looked into this. But just going back to the original, when you gave the background of how this all concern came up, it was around the downward trend folks are seeing in terms of the number of students that are proficient and distinguished. So to me, the very specific thing I'm guessing you've looked at, or maybe if you have, maybe have dug into it, is like, have you kind of looked at sort of the downward trend, specifically looking at the assessment data that in terms of, is there particular content areas that are actually that's leading to the downward trend, right? And so you can look at it from a domain content area perspective. It'll be especially interesting to look at now that you've implemented a new assessment, have a new standards, how that changes, right? That's something you could quantitatively analyze. And then I guess the other area will be, are there particular student groups that are struggling in there? And then maybe that will inform some of the specific questions you're going to ask or investigate going forward as well. But that's just probably a low-hanging fruit, but specific analysis you could look at.
Well, no, I appreciate those suggestions, Leslie, and we have looked at sort of the subscore structure, and whether because Kentucky reports out, like most states does, on sort of physical life and earth space science, and a lot of states that I work with have postulated that because students don't take the physical science, for instance, chemistry and physics, until after the assessment, their scores are going to be lower there. But frankly, there's very little separation in those subscores, and we have not been able to tease anything out based on those subscores to date. That's been meaningful. I do think it's probably meaningful to take a look at whether there are different patterns for science than for math and reading among the student subgroups. But yeah, we've not done that work yet, or not, sort of brought that work to the forefront yet. Of course, whenever, the student groups are disaggregated, you get sort of results for each of the subjects. But like I said, I don't think that that work has been looked at through that lens yet.
Great suggestion. Elena?
This is Elena. Jennifer spoke to the fact that different districts will be implementing writing programs. And I just wanted to put a pin there because I think that's something worth looking into. This is an incredibly, as you know, very complex space. And I think it's really interesting to just hear about how this is coming up and how this is being taken up, particularly because you want this to be so much more integrated with the literacy block. But we are seeing so many different, I would say, permutations of what that looks like across different spaces. It would be really helpful in some ways to see like how can you lean into this work as this is being taken up by districts in particular.
Thanks, Elena. And Suzanne?
I just wanted to piggyback on something that Leslie suggested, and that is to look at relevant subgroups and bringing it to your science work. I'm wondering if the research question lends you to choosing those schools that are doing well or better in science than in math and ELA, to if you can find schools that perhaps serve economically low levels of areas, students of color, ELLs, I think that would be useful because whatever you can, when I think of validity, I think of fairness issues as well. And so what are the opportunities being provided to different relevant subgroups? I think that is a question that needs to be answered everywhere.
Yeah, and we've done sort of an initial pass at selecting some schools, but Emily, I don't think we've looked very deeply at those schools' demographic makeup. I mean, we've looked at the the overall scores, and
Yep.
we were pretty careful not to pick the extreme high flyers or extreme low schools, but tried to get a range of sort of the color ratings that Jennifer alluded to earlier. But yeah, I think that's a thing we can certainly do, and it's a good idea. Let's make sure we do that, Emily.
Yeah. I think right now we've really just focused on geographic kind of
Yeah.
spread, but yeah, and again, I think we're going to try to expand the sample a little bit. And so as we do that, and just as we finalize it, I think that's a great idea to take those kinds of school characteristics into consideration. Thanks.
Corinne?
This is Corinne Manley. Just briefly, I want to second that. I think that's a great idea because if you can find schools that stand out for their ability to minimize some of the gaps, the traditional gaps, then you've also helped yourself in not kind of accidentally selecting schools that do well on things that schools can't control, like just the demographics they tend to have and all. So those would be very interesting cases where instruction might be the core thing playing a role. Yeah.
Great, thank you for that. Okay, we are pretty much at time. Art and Emily, thank you. You covered a lot of ground and we had great discussion from the TAC. And again, I don't know if TAC members are kind of following along as we're working to record some recommendations. Rather than me pause to go through them all now, I'll just invite you to take a look at that document from time to time. And if you have edits to make, please do so. And we'll make sure that we review them comprehensively and vote on them before we adjourn at the end of the day today. I understand there's been a request for a brief break before we go to the next topic. I certainly don't object to that. And if I don't hear any reason why we shouldn't, may I invite us to take a 5-minute break and it's pretty much right at 1 o'clock Eastern time. Could we just pause for 5 minutes? We won't take your break at the end of this next session, but maybe we can just smuggle in a quick 5 minutes if that's okay with the group. Okay, see you at 1:05. I think we have everybody now. Welcome back. And I am not going to get in the way of passing the baton to, we have a new colleague here at the center, Dr. Kyla McClure. Kyla is a recent graduate of University of Colorado Boulder. I understand they have some fine scholars there, some of which may be represented on our TAC. So we are excited to work with Kyla, and she's done some great work. Kyla's going to take us through this topic of English language proficiency. Let me just talk about it broadly and let Kyla then walk through it more specifically. The department, and again, members of the department chime in if you feel inspired to do so, to help me set the context. But the idea here is the department wants to look at the current indicator and address some potential issues that have surfaced from their interactions with the field. Questions that have come up include, is the metric sufficiently granular? Are the expectations appropriate for all schools? Kentucky, like almost every state that I know of, sees a difference between the performance at the high school level on this indicator compared to elementary and middle school. So it's appropriate that that's been noticed, and that's been a conversation piece. And through Kyla's good work, supported by others, including Pete Goldsmith. Thank you, Pete. Pete's been very generous with his time between meetings and working with us and Kyla. You'll see a couple of things. Well, there's the first memo where Kyla really talks about the range of approaches that are available to address some of these topics that have come up, partial credit, resetting targets and trajectories. She provides some illustrations. And then in a second memo, those are unpacked and additional options are described to help get a better sense of the range of alternatives. So I won't further delay your hearing from Kyla, and our idea is that she's just going to walk through these memos that the TAC has access to, and we're comfortable with your popping in with questions and comments as we go. And we hope that the outcomes of this conversation will help the department, help all the partners, including the center, prioritize which approaches may be most promising, what additional analyses we may want to prioritize. So those are among the questions that we really want to get your advice on today. So take it away,
And I'll
Kyla.
I just want to chime in with one other piece of context, which is acknowledging that we're not looking for a do this instead of that necessarily. It's more considerations and those analyses that can help further inform the decisions, because we aren't at a point of the department saying we want to go a certain way. That's why we're bringing different options to you. So sorry to I wanted to underscore that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. That's important.
Okay, so that looks like it's heading over to me. Again, as Chris said, my name's Kyla McClure, and I've been doing working on this analysis both with Pete, who's been a great support, and then the Kentucky department more broadly. So just some quick background, I thought, shifting from slides to documents. So I'm hoping to kind of focus you on the different parts where I think that are helpful for background information. And throughout, just as Chris mentioned, feel free to chime in with questions, as I'm sure you will do, which is great. Also highlighting that we'd love kind of any ideas for other things to look into, or other ideas if there's some sort of hybrid approach or things that you'd like to see the department model to help inform our decisions. Just quick data wise, the Kentucky Department of Ed has shared EL data back to 2011 with me. So I have a full panel, which provides lots of opportunities to kind of look into what growth in English language proficiencies look like in Kentucky in particular. So that kind of might help kind of with what you all suggest. So focusing us quickly on what the current method is for awarding points to schools for English language proficiency growth. And so Kentucky currently uses a progress indicator table or value table to award schools points. So when here they use WIDA Access, and they in particular use the proficiency levels. So WIDA scores from 1 to 6 proficiency levels. And the Kentucky specific exit criteria is meeting a 4.5. Those scores can be given in decimal points, so you can earn a 1.1, for example, 4.4, any single unit of 0.1. So currently, if a student, let's say in year 1, scored between a 1 and a 1.4, let's say here, and then in the following year, passed this kind of 1.5 mark and earned, let's say 1.6, 1.7, their school would be awarded 60 points towards their school accountability indicator. If they grew by a full level or earned a score above 2, they would earn 100 points, and then a 1.5 increment would be 140 points. And you can see that same kind of progress or transition across each half point level. So that's in the general WIDA score axis. I am going to focus on the general access for this presentation, as we haven't kind of translated it yet to the alternate access. So that's kind of the current method of awarding points. Part of what's kind of brought us to this conversation in Kentucky has shared that educators are worried that this table kind of doesn't fully account for differences in student English language acquisition, particularly as they increase grade levels. So we have tried to look at what that looks like in Kentucky a few different ways. So I'm just kind of going to skip to this figure 3, which I think highlights this exact issue pretty well. And so here, I've separated grade levels into grade bands. So K through 2, 3 through 5, middle is 6 through 8, and high school on the x-axis. And then also separated students' starting score. So this is the first access score that a student took. And then looked at their average year-to-year growth in each of these bands. So in this bottom left, this is indicating that on average, students whose first score is between a 1 and a 1.5 in grades K through 2 grow about 0.9 proficiency points in the following year. So I think pretty quickly you can see that as even for students who start in that same proficiency level, as grades increase, students are growing much less. So that's kind of one issue. And then second, as their starting score increases, you also see kind of less growth from year to year. So less proficiency gains for students who are starting at a higher level. So one of kind of the outcomes of that, and I'm actually going to swap between memos. I hope this isn't too confusing, but I think it's the way that makes most sense, is that you see kind of a pretty big discrepancy between the average points awarded per student by grade level. And so this histogram is taking the average points awarded towards school accountability per student, then finding the average of that for each school, and then grouping those schools by their grade level. So we can read this kind of as elementary schools on average are awarded about just over 50 points per, or the median is about 50 points per student towards their school accountability indicator using the current method. Whereas middle and high schools, we see on average are awarded much fewer points. And I see Corinne has a question.
Thank you. It's Corinne Manley. I want to be clear though, it's not per English language learner student, it's per all students in the school. Is that correct?
Great clarification. No, this is per English language learner student.
Okay, good, because that's how I read it when I was reading it last night, and that makes a lot more sense for interpretation. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. good to note to be a little bit more clear about that. Okay, so kind of hopping back to the original memo, in working with KDE in our conversations, we initially kind of proposed two possible ways to approach, providing more support or kind of identifying when schools are doing a good job, especially in those upper grade levels, of supporting growth towards English language proficiency. So one of the ways or things that we proposed was providing some sort of partial credit for schools that help students grow, even if they don't fully reach that 0.5 target necessarily. So you can imagine one way you could do this is, let's say you set the full target at 0.5. If students grow that much from year to year, they get 100% of whatever the points awarded is. In this case, we said 60 because that most closely matched the current Kentucky growth. But if they instead only grew 0.4, you could still provide them, let's say, 80% of those points and 48 points towards that target level. So that was kind of one thing that we've thought, or a way to provide a little bit more granularity for supporting, showing schools that, recognizing when schools are doing a lot of work towards supporting their EL students. Another thing that we considered or presented as an option is you could also reset the target by, in particular, we were thinking either grade level, or you could feasibly also do it by starting score. So returning again to the current access table, for right now, you have all students K through 12 have to meet the same growth to have points awarded. Alternatively, you could kind of change the levels that students are expected to meet and create separate score tables if you wanted to kind of stick with that value or score table approach. So in, for example, high school, one thing to do could be to switch like the goal or target from 0.5 to something closer to 0.2, which more accurately kind of reflects the actual average growth of high school students on their proficiency levels. So all of that is kind of where we started. Then, we had continued to have some conversations with KDE and Pete. At this point, we kind of started to bring in Pete, and we're thinking through, does adjusting the trajectory or targets based off of average scores really represent kind of the spirit of having students try to make proficiency, as like to have a set path towards reaching proficiency. And so the second kind of option or thing that we've been working towards has been proposing more of a growth to target approach. And this is something that's done in other states, whereas instead of adjusting the target and awarding points that way, you instead kind of identify how many years do we expect a particular student to take to exit EL status based off of some criteria. In this case, we identified starting proficiency level as a reasonable criteria. We could also think about adding in starting grade level as an adjustment for that year to target. We haven't done that to date. So with that kind of years to exit or growth to target approach, we started modeling a few different options of what that could look like, and kind of settled on these numbers of years to exit based off of some survival analyses that we did, which were not presented to you all, but looking at how long on average does it take students to exit when they start in these different band levels. And so from that analysis, we got 3 years for students who earn between a 4 and a 4.4, and that's inclusive of the first year, so if that's helpful. 5 years for students who start at a 3 or 3.9, 6 for 2.9. We started at 7 years for this lowest group, and then increased it to 1 more year just to kind of give students a little bit more time and opportunity for that. But again, all of this is configurable and open points for discussion. One thing about Kentucky students is this group, this who start between a 1 and a 1.9, fewer than 50% of those students do end up exiting EL status. And I think that's where that extra year came from. Then essentially we've kind of broken it down and said, based off of these starting levels, here's your years to exit, and this is your proportion of total growth that we would expect you to make in each year. And that kind of proportion of total growth is what determines what your target growth is for each year. This proportion, now this is where it gets a little bit tricky. We set it in so far we've been using the proficiency level. We actually set this proportion of total growth using the scale score. And so WIDA has their proficiency bands, which go from 1 to 6, and then they have a vertical scale. And where that took me a second to understand was the proficiency level at each grade level maps to a different scale score. So the scale score is vertically scaled, but you could feasibly have the same proficiency level on 2 different scale scores. So the vertical scale allowed us to, I think, more accurately calculate differences in growth across grade level. So these percentages would be in relation to the target scale score growth that students were expected to make. I'm not seeing any hands, which I think I take as a good sign. Is there any clarifying questions so far? Leslie.
Hey, Kyla. First of all, I read the memos, great memos, and I really appreciate the examples you used to help. I'm not sure you're going to get into here, but it was really helpful to help me. So I just want to call that out and saying thank you for that. I guess my question is twofold, and maybe you're about to get to it. The percentages in this table, are they based on sorts of, I think I read somewhere, some kind of quadratic, some extension of quadratic growth or something like that. These numbers, how they are, because ultimately, you may have to explain this to someone. So just be able to explain why these numbers, because I know the easy way, of course, to do this is do some kind of linear one where it's like, if you need to get to year 8, then you grow 12%, right, each year or something like that. But You've obviously changed that here. So that's the first question. The second question is, this is actually, I'm not sure, but I've only heard, I heard WIDA is actually resetting its scale this year. And I don't know if that's something that will, I don't know if that changes the relationship between the composite, the 2 scales you're working with, but that might be that's something I guess I assume you've thought about, that as WIDA changes its scale, that might actually, I don't know if that'll change any of your thinking around these numbers at least. I think the approach would probably remain the same, but I know I'm working with another state where that may complicate things if you initially had some kind of things and then you have to transition to another scale. That's something to think about. Or maybe the timing doesn't matter here since this is just under thinking. It's only the thinking process right now.
Yeah, thanks. Both those are great questions. We did kind of recently talk about the fact that WIDA will be adjusting the scale. And I think short answer is yes, that's going to be a concern. I mean, given the current approach, we would essentially be setting end targets. And then if the scale changes, we'd have to then develop some sort of map between the two to say, how does that end target change? So that would probably add some complication to it, which we need to discuss a little bit more. So any suggestions with how to think about that or deal with that would be helpful. And then to your first question, I did pull up, I know that this wasn't shared with you, but I am going to show it here and I hope that's okay. Chris, is that okay if I just quickly show one thing from a different memo? Okay. I did pull up kind of how those were mapped, and this was from a different kind of set of information that wasn't shared to the TAC fully, but this is where those quadratic curves and proportions were determined. So I took a little bit of leeway and set students who exited the data. I kept them in the data set and set their kind of proficiency level at 5, just so that you didn't see massive dips, because they did in fact exit, and then fit a quadratic curve. So in those proportions, I essentially took the max, and I did that because this never reached 4.5, but I took the max of the curve and then divided it over by the number of years in which it took to reach that. No, that's not quite right. For these, I took the 4.5, divided it by the number of years, and then for here, I did take the max and divided it by that. So it wasn't exact, and Pete and I have chatted about a couple different ways to do that, but I think we've also landed on this is defensible and reasonable. So we would, as you said, kind of write out, hopefully an understandable way, demonstrating how we got these. But the ultimate idea is that we're trying to acknowledge that students grow faster in earlier years than they do in later years, and thus these targets should kind of represent those common trajectories of growth that we see.
Yeah, I think the big picture is, and Kyle, of course, you explained all that really nicely. The big picture is you notice that those percentages sum to 100 across those rows. So one way to think about it is, regardless of where you're starting, there's some distance between where you are now and this exit target. And you'll notice that there's those ranges are more robust in the early years and they plateau in the later years. And Kyle has explained kind of what the data pattern behind it that informed those percentages. So if we're imagining, you have to cover the distance of a mile in 2 years, you need some pattern of, well, I'm going to cover, a half a mile 1 year and a half a mile next year, or 3/4 of a mile in the first year and a quarter in the second year. And if you have 7 years to do it, then you can see that there are increments that are informed by progress trajectories that Kyla drew from the data. Good question, Leslie.
Elena.
Thank you, Kyla. This is really super helpful and really nicely done as well. I just wanted to kind of put a pin about some of the growth conversations that will be happening, because should you, for example, and this is just a question, go in the direction of, say, oh, we want to use student growth percentiles, then of course there are ways, because this is reminding me of the ways in which growth percentiles have been also repositioned to look at adequate growth and thinking about growth to targets. Very similar kind of, I would say, configuration. And so I think those are things that we'd also want to think about if there's a way to also connect it to some of the ways in which other growth decisions are being made, so that there's also continuity in the approaches and the methodologies that are being used across the board. I'm not saying that's the recommendation per se. I'm just putting it out there as something to consider.
Yes, that's a great point. I was going to see if Chris was going to hop in there. I thought he might. we internally talked about that a little bit, and I think that's definitely kind of part of our consideration moving forward. The one thing, and Katie, you might have more information, I think the timelines of these might be a little bit different. So the EL growth indicator, I think we're trying to get moving forward or a direction towards a little bit quicker than the student growth, but I think having those in conversation is going to be useful. There is also, yeah, go ahead, Laura.
I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Laura. I just wanted to chime in and say, I do think there are some differences in timelines, but Elena, I really appreciate your point. We have talked about this with the department and internally, this idea of just sort of monitoring for where coherence can be in service of the kind of overarching goals of the system. I also wanted to lift up what we are operating under as a key priority from KDE, which is having a measure that is highly transparent and easy to understand. And I think the state has some experience with growth percentiles, with other regression-based, like value-added models in the past, that there may be perhaps some sort of carryover from those experiences that folks have a sense or a memory of them being not understandable. And so the value tables have been in place for a while. There's sort of an acceptance around them. And that has heavily informed the proposed approaches that we're taking. And we're trying to lean into the different levers or variables that are available that can be adjusted within the value table format. So just wanted to kind of mention some of that thinking there in case it's helpful for the tax context and other recommendations.
Thank you so much, Laura, because I think that's actually really critical to know. It kind of, in some ways, defines the sandbox, if you will, because it really helps us think about like what are we limited to. So that's super helpful. But I do want to just kind of re-emphasize the point that Leslie raised, which is really excellent, is just to remind us all that if we are doing this kind of target growth piece, the changing of the standards are going to make things really wonky in some ways. We've already seen like huge disruptions with the past standard setting. So we have like a lot of good information and learnings from the past to inform what's going to come up. And just know that anything that has to deal with targets and all of this stuff is going to get disrupted in many ways. So maybe there's a consideration, who knows, in terms of timing, to think about like, could we wait potentially for some of that to happen first before we move forward with this? Because then you have a huge communication kind of burden, two ways, right? The changing of the standards and then also the changing of the methods happening. So it's just a question, not necessarily challenging anyone, but just trying to think about this in terms of how do you also socialize all of these changes in ways that can make it easier to consume.
Yeah, I take your point, Elena. It is a good one. And I put a recommendation there that, any comprehensive solution needs to take into account the pending changes to the WIDA standards. And so that's well received. It's also possible, and again, where KDE has been great partners in all this, they're interested in exploring a range of alternatives, and they've not put a lot of constraints on this. They really want to follow the scholarship and the analysis and follow the guidance of practitioners and experts such as yourselves. It would be possible to imagine that we could work with KDE to develop a methodology and then adjust that based on reset standards. And I do know that this is an issue that has sort of elevated in urgency. So I can see two paths. One is, they're both defensible. One is let's hold off and wait until some of these degrees of freedom are sorted out. The other would be, let's make the best decisions we can. Let's document those and come up with a way to operationalize that, but be forward-looking about how the changing standards will impact that, so we're not caught flat-footed when it comes time to adjust for that. So I take your good point there. Yeah.
Pete, I think, had his hand up.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a very good point. And I think minimally, or maybe most importantly, is really deciding on the framework that's going to be robust to specific changes in the assessment. I mean, the assessment isn't going to change so much that, I mean, the assessment could change where if they eliminated their vertical skill, for example, obviously you couldn't rely on it. But I think a couple of the key elements that are outside of the specifics of the assessment itself is identifying the duration of time you expect students to, in what duration you expect students starting at different levels to exit the program. And so having very clear expectations on that, and that can change over time as well. But I think recognizing that students who start at higher levels should exit more quickly than students that start at lower levels. I mean, that seems like common sense, but to specifically put that into the framework. Mm-hmm. And the second thing I think that's very key is that student progress is nonlinear. It decelerates over time. And we see that not only towards English language proficiency, but if you were to look at language arts and math, you'd see not exactly, but you'd see those same kinds of patterns as well. And this framework recognizes and says that we would expect faster progress at the beginning, and we expect some deceleration over time, because that's the pattern of learning. So I think those two things are more of a framework than they are specifics in terms of how much or how long. And then some of the specific business rules of what you do once students exit the timeframes that were set, and awarding the points. All of those things are details that should reflect the specifics of the assessment.
Yeah. Pete, I really appreciate that on many levels. And I actually want to use that as a spark to invite the TAC's continued contributions here. I think a good place for the TAC to be helpful in this conversation is, because as Laura mentioned, we're not asking you to pick an option today, but naming the principles, the characteristics, and the features, maybe we could call the sort of the criteria for success that you think are that must accompany a defensible approach. Pete, I heard you name at least two. One was being clear about expectations, the time to exit, and the other was having a non-linear progress expectation that diminish over time. And I don't know if you want to build on that, Pete. I see Corinne is in, but I would just invite other TAC members to say, as you think about the characteristics of an appropriate and defensible solution, what other factors would you urge us to prioritize?
Can I quick add into that just really quickly is one of the things that you might have noticed the growth to target does not do is it doesn't differentiate by grade level. And that's something we've kind of been discussing about. And so any kind of feedback or thoughts on that and potentially including that would be useful. The downsides is it complicates it. It makes it a little bit more, nuanced. The plus sides would be there might be actual very different patterns in EL proficiency across grade levels. So adding that in as well.
Fantastic.
And then I think Corinne had her hand up first.
Yes, thank you. This is Corinne Manley. I'm trying to remember now. I'm getting confused too. The hybrid approach, I think, in one of the documents was getting closer to what you just mentioned. I can't remember though if it combined targets and differentiation by grade. Anyways, this is a broad thought putting out to everyone. I'm trying to think if anywhere in here, as you're thinking about additional analyses to do, if any kind of external data about the success of the students could help. And obviously for a statistical expectation, we just need this historical internal data to say, what do we expect from your growth? But my brain keeps going to, how can we try to understand though, if certain expectations of growth are more related to things like post-secondary success or whatever things we might want for these students, to ensure that our expectations also set no, I know this is for I want to be sensitive. We want to award points to successfully teaching students, and I don't want to take away from that, but I'm just wondering if, as we think of targets and things, if there's any kind of external data that could help us to understand the quality of the target for the, beyond simply that it mirrors what we would expect given internal data on EL students exiting the program. Like, is there a massive benefit to having students able, even though they start at a very low level, being able somehow to encourage people toward a target that has them leaving sooner, if we believe that that is very beneficial to the student in some way? If we don't believe that's beneficial based on external data, then we wouldn't push that. So that's, as I was reading and as we talked today, I'm just thinking a lot about what external data can help us to think about the reasonableness of expectations, and if we're setting good targets for the students themselves that benefit them. Yeah, so just putting that out there.
I appreciate that very much. And to offer some quick reflections, mostly just to further unpack the good points you're making. And some of these, my colleagues, Laura and Kylo, will recall we just had a staff meeting last week at the center where we talked about some of these issues. So this is fresh on our mind. If we were having this conversation years ago, I felt like the the primary point of view that overwhelmed the conversation was we need to guard against type 1 error. We need to guard against exiting a student too quickly because we want to make sure that we always have a student receive support if there's any question that the student needs that support. I feel like that view has diminished some in recent years, and there's been a range of scholarship about some of the drawbacks of perhaps setting an exit criterion that's a little too rigorous. And I think there's been a more measured view of that in the field. Again, I'm not really putting my chips on the table. I'm just saying this is my understanding of where the scholarship and where the conversations have gone over time. And in as more explicit examples of those things, we used to look, I think, pretty faithfully at saying, well, let's take a look at the extent to which the exit standard on the ELP assessment is aligned to proficiency on the state assessment. And maybe it's more appropriately aligned to, average performance for non-language learners or something like that. But I think, Corinne, I'm just taking broad cues from your point, which is those sources of data enrich our understanding of whether we got it right. And I think you're saying as, really, really helpful guidance from the TAC is let's draw on both our policy priorities from KDE and available external evidence to help pressure test some of the assumptions about both whether the exit standard and some of these along the way progress expectations are appropriate. There's probably more that can be said here other than to acknowledge there's a lot of really good discussion in the field about just those things. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's so helpful to hear. That these documents are incredibly helpful to break down and think, and then the discussion, some sort of space for our values, our for example, like you said, it sounds like it used to be valued that we need to guard against type 1 errors. Are we starting to value guarding against type 2 error? Where are we and what we value here? But also, that's kind of a second but related thing that would really help, I think, to make the final decisions. Yeah, as you.
Yeah.
And those values might be different by different grade ranges as well.
Yeah. That's well said.
Exactly. I think they should be. Yeah.
Elena?
This is Elena. Sorry, it kind of cracks me up that I have to state my name first. But I just wanted to just go back to a couple of things in terms of the grade. I know factoring in that piece will make it more complicated, but I think there's just too much research that talks about the importance of language development and how that should be considered as it relates to kind of trajectories that we see across different types of students, particularly older versus younger. So, the grades piece is one artifact, but it is one way to capture those different trajectories that happen across different developmental ages as it relates to language development and learning. So I think it's really important to make sure that we're also anchored in kind of the literature around language development to help inform these types of trajectories. So that is why the grade piece becomes an important thing to think about. It's it's one proxy for thinking about the ways in which we look at language development and how that works with younger versus older students. So that's one piece. Another piece, just to kind of echo some of what Corinne was saying, I think it's really hard with this piece because there's no one single narrative that really trumps another kind of language development story in terms of like exiting too soon or exiting too late. We know holding back is just incredibly detrimental. And then there are also a lot of, I would say, studies that have seen looking at students who are going out and then going back in. And that is also detrimental, meaning exiting services and then being essentially reintegrated because realizing that they were exited a little bit too early. So I just want to elevate, it's a really complicated story, but I think what some places have done is really thought about other types of indicators, not necessarily like looking at other state indicators, but looking at things that are more proximal to what's happening in the classroom space as it relates to English language development in particular. And so you've got, for example, other states that have looked at, it's not common, but looked at other baskets of indicators that they have decision rules around, right? So those are something that could potentially be examined. I don't know if this is part of this conversation, but it could be something else to think about in terms of broadening the types of exit criteria. I think West Ed was thinking of doing some studies around that. So that might be something to just connect with that group to understand kind of the work that's been happening in that space, to help inform like how helpful is it to kind of have those other exit criteria or exit indicators that could help inform this decision that's only pinned to the access assessment. But I just throw it out there because I think there's a lot of good work that's happening in this space now, and it'd be really good to kind of tap into that.
Thanks so much, Elena. Excellent. Leslie.
Yeah, hi, this is Leslie. And wow, Elena, great points that she just made that I would just want to second both what Elena and Corinne have both said and with that. And I'll go ahead and maybe this builds a little bit on what Elena just said, but Chris, you had invited us to think about what are some of the things that we, as far as, we're not here to choose an option necessarily, but what are some things we feel that should be elevated or maybe emphasized? And I'll go back to the excellent document, which I assume is the next topic the broader growth modeling document, but there you've listed some really good criteria / questions to consider. So I'll pick two of them that I think maybe we to think about maybe as at least in what I've heard in the conversation, and also some good background that Laura had given earlier, where the state is coming from in terms of their previous model. So the first one I would say, like the question, I have the document pulled up, so I'll just read it. The one that actually stands out to me is, does the model favor higher or lower performing schools, or does it treat all schools equally? Now, I'll try to change that a little bit and say, like, because of how I'll take the schools there to mean schools at different levels, because you've clearly shown in your data, Kyla, that there is a difference in performance between K2, elementary, middle school, and high school. So I'm going to broaden and say, are they all treated equally in this case? And because they do at those levels probably serve ELs that have very different characteristics and background. I can only imagine, being myself a previous English learner, I came in high school, so I could see how it's a little different than when I was an English learner in a different culture when I was in elementary school. So even my own personal experience could speak to, like, hey, there is a difference in terms of age and what schools have to do to support those types of kids. So one that I think that you could look at, I mean, again, I'm not enough an expert like some of the other colleagues about language development, but I'll just say, like, there is probably some simulation you can do with the existing data you have. Take a look at, if you tried out these different options, how would these different, you maybe pick certain schools, how high schools would play out, how the middle schools would play out overall in the model, to maybe evaluate which of the models sort of treats every school equally in that sense. Of course, you'd have to define what that means in terms of treating them equally. The other one I'll point out, though, and this builds on sort of Laura's earlier point of where the state is coming from, is one of the other criteria you listed. Is the model simple enough to be easily calculated and understood, or is it complex and can only be computed by technical experts? I do feel like you're coming from a transition table, which is probably the biggest characteristic of transition table. It's much easier to understand. I think this is a next step up, but I think it could easily still get complicated. I think you can give enough instructions. It's not going to be like a value-added model where everything is just a black box. But in this case, it's still, with the percentages you have on the screen, that is one area where people could ask, where did 29% come from versus the 54%, right? And that's something that will be hard to understand. Again, with enough support, and you could even publish like a calculator online for people to enter their own numbers to figure things out themselves. But I do feel like being able to have a way that this method is simple enough to explain so that people don't say, like, wow, that's a huge leap from the transition table we were having, is another thing for us to consider. Of these four options, which one could be more easily understood and digested and has transparency for the state when it comes to choosing the options.
Leslie, terrific. And I appreciate your helping us transition to the next topic soon. So that's both informing this topic and helping us to the next, and some great guidance that I'm adding to the recommendations here. Other comments, reflections, questions from the TAC? All right, well, I'll take that pause to mean that we're at a natural point that we can transition soon. Kyla, thank you. Excellent work. I heard lots of kudos from the TAC that I think are well deserved. we have our scheduled break now. So I think we have 10 minutes in the bank from that break we can take advantage of. So let me invite us, it's 1:50. Let me invite us to pause until 2, and we'll come back at 2 and we'll talk more explicitly about growth in a context that doesn't just include progress to language proficiency. Thank you all. Great, welcome back. Looking forward to the next discussion, and I think we've shared with you lots of documents and presentations. This one's going to be more of an unconstrained discussion, and I think we can take the screen share off and just enjoy a conversation among ourselves. Let me reflect on where we're going with the rest of our time this afternoon, and then I'll tee up the growth conversation more explicitly. So we have an hour allocated to talk about growth from 2 to 3, and we'll obviously carry that forward as long as that conversation has momentum. But we're scheduled to switch at 3 to hearing TAC priorities. And I think what Laura and I would propose to do for that time, just to prime the pump a little bit, is probably invite a bit of a round robin, just have one after another go and say, as you reflect on kind of what you've heard over the last 2 days, topics that you would want to elevate for priorities at future meetings, maybe there are follow-up areas that we've talked about or new areas that we didn't have an opportunity to get to today. So we really want to learn from you and have that inform our planning for future meetings. And then before we adjourn, we will make sure we go over all the recommendations from today and hear a motion on that. And to the extent that we need to, we can go back to anything that needs to be revisited from yesterday. But that's our plan for how we'll use our remaining 2 hours together. And with that, what I'd like to do, and we started to slide in this direction towards the end of the last conversation, which is great, but we want to talk more openly about academic growth generally. And you heard Jennifer in her remarks this morning give some signals that the department is interested in moving from a change metric to a growth metric. And that, of course, is another way I could say that is we're moving away from improvement. That's how I think of change. Change is improvement or trend. We're looking at performance and 1 year compared to the next for the same group, but a different time period. Whereas a growth metric obviously looks at performance over time for a cohort or a panel. And the department has prioritized, and it sounds like any barriers that would otherwise prohibit this are likely to move, so that including growth measure, as the department was able to do previously, is something that they want to return to. And so this is, as Jennifer mentioned in her remarks, we're in the earlier stages of the growth conversation, and we wanted to bring it to the TAC to get some advice from you to really help us shape how we move forward with this topic. Some of the things that we want to hear from the TAC are what approaches to growth. Particularly, I would invite the TAC to think about its inclusion in the state accountability system are most promising. Why? What criteria should the department prioritize for evaluating growth? And as Leslie noted, we shared a document with you that contains some starter criteria that we think could help spark that conversation. And we'd like your advice about the process that KDE should consider. That might include particular analyses that you would elevate, that might include shareholders that you urge us to hear from. So these are all things that are on the table as we get your advice about academic growth. We made a document available to the TAC, and again, I'm not going to screen share it because I know it is available to you. And you can pull that up and refer to it as is helpful in the conversation. But it draws on work that the center has done. And I know some of the TAC members have worked closely with us on this, and this will be familiar to you, with states to help address this very question in the past. And one of the things we found is that both by being clear about the different growth questions that we want to answer and how those relate to different models. So in the document, you'll see it's at the top of page 5. There are different approaches that are fairly widely used across states, gain score, growth to standard, value tables, growth percentile, other kinds of regression or value added. And there's, these aren't tidy to classify in mutually exclusive ways, but you can see there are some primary questions that are often associated with those different models. So that's one lens that we invite the TAC to look through as you go into this conversation. And then, yeah, and as Leslie was drawing from this in the last conversation, and I'm glad it was, we think there's a number of criteria that are important to inspect. And I think if the TAC have positions on these criteria, if you want to add additional criteria, all of those are on the table. And I won't read through them because I know you have access to the document and you can do that at your own pace if you like. But those are things that we hope will help stimulate some conversation on this topic. The last thing I'll say, and I do want to invite any of my colleagues from KDE or Laura or Kyla, if you want to weigh in to help frame this appropriately. I will say one of the things that the department has certainly elevated as a priority has been selecting a model that is streamlined and straightforward. We want to avoid anything that's unnecessarily complex. I think there's been some experience in the past that were the feedback from the field suggested that the complexity worked against the model's utility. And so that's one element we've had some nascent conversations about, and the department has urged us to think about more straightforward models. So that leads us to find, for example, a transition table to be an attractive approach. But again, the department has not put any guardrails or any strong boundaries on this conversation. They were very happy to have the TAC approach this with some liberty to really explore and hear your advice. But before I just open it widely to the TAC, Laura or anybody from KDE, is there any other kind of framing remarks that you would want to put on the table for the TAC?
Chris, I think you covered it nicely. I would turn it over to Katie if they had anything to add.
Chris, I think you also framed it nicely too. So
okay.
I look forward to conversation.
Fantastic, thanks. And Corinne, please, look, jump right in.
Yes, this came up earlier. I wanted to clarify that I think it was stated that this will be for reading and math only up to 8th grade or something. I just wanted to make sure that I'm thinking of the right space in which they're going to have these growth measures.
It's a good question. And if KDE has a stake in the ground they want to put on this, I would urge them to weigh in. We have found it more common in states that the growth models are capped at grade 8, but there are some there are some models that go into high school. And of course, that elevates some questions about ensuring there is a coherent progression of courses that we can use as priors. And so I think if the TAC or if KDE were to say that that's a priority that we want to take on, we should talk about some of the added complexities that come with that. I see, Jennifer, your camera's on, so maybe you have a perspective to share about that.
It is an elementary and middle school component. It will be an indicator. It'll be for the students taking the reading and math assessments grade 3 through 8. So not a high school. High school has post-secondary readiness as well as graduation rate that the elementary school and middle schools do not have.
Yeah.
And science, we are not, because I think this all makes sense. I just want to make sure because everything gets a lot more complicated if we're not testing every year.
Right. That's exactly the reason. Those are the only 2 contents that we assess annually. Or at each grade, annually at each grade level.
Other TAC members, we'd love to hear your thoughts about how to approach the question of exploring growth. Pete.
Someone's got to wade in, I guess. So I think I think your document summarized the major points really well, and I think and kind of going back to what Leslie said about the previous conversation we had in terms of understandability and complexity. not to say that there's necessarily a trade-off between complexity and the ability to accurately reflect the contributions of schools to progress, but oftentimes a very simple approach can lead to the issues that you're concerned about. And so I think I think leading, I don't think complexity should be the leading question. It should be whether or not it can be presented in a way that allows stakeholders to have access to the meaning of the results. And the example I will go back to is what we just looked at, what Carla presented in terms of the percentage targets each year. I think that's pretty straightforward and can be explained to stakeholders, and stakeholders can use it. It has, I think oftentimes for the public, it has a sense of face validity. The fact that if you have 2 years to get to the target, you need to distribute that progress in some way. It could be 50-50, or it could be 50-60-40, whatever it might be, kind of your mile idea. And if you explain the underlying reasons of why it is the way it is, and if it makes sense, then the fact that it's based on some mixed effects, multi-level quadratic growth model is largely irrelevant. And so I think carrying that to figuring out how to measure growth for ELA and math is sort of the similar ideas, that there may be a somewhat sophisticated model that underlies the value table, let's say, that you end up presenting. But if the value table makes sense and has, using the term loosely again, some face validity, I think it's okay to have that complexity underneath, because there's going to be very few people, if they believe the value table, that are going to go through and question the parameterization of the model that you use to develop the targets in the value table. So the whole point being that I don't think you should rule out complexity in the forefront. I think it should be something to be thought about in the background.
Pete, I really appreciate that. And you can tell me if I'm faithfully reflecting back your advice here. One of the things I wrote was complexity and simplicity may be a false dichotomy. The key is whether the results can be communicated clearly, used appropriately, interpreted well. I've had this conversation with a number of folks, and you can use a metaphor of something like an iPhone. It's a pretty complex device behind the screen, but most people use it enthusiastically because it has a very simple interface, and you can do the things you want to do with it. And most people aren't in the weeds of all the electronics behind it. So that's I think that's good advice, and I think it helps us to really focus on clarity to the field about being able to understand and use results as a key criterion. Yeah.
So I appreciate that analogy, Chris, and Pete, your comments. We have had in the past multiple growth models, and the most recent one was a bit complex and was really pushed back against in the field. And so I think some of those, that pushback and some of that opposition to those led to the removal of the individual student growth indicator, and has led us to the change component that was in the current accountability system. So we've got to get to a place that we can have a model that is, as you mentioned, Chris, easy to work at the front, but maybe complex in the back.
Yeah, and it's a good caution that you're bringing forward here, that we don't want to get in a situation where we have the same pitfalls that were experienced before and have this pendulum keep swinging. So we got to find the Goldilocks. I think change may have been a reaction against the complexity of the former growth model, but it too surfaced some issues that needed to be addressed, which is why we're having this conversation now. But if the pendulum swings too far back, then we're going to be caught in a cycle. We need to learn from the experiences that KTE is sharing with us in the past. So good. Corinne?
Hi, yes, it's Corinne Manley. Yes, I couldn't agree more. I remember when I first joined the TAC, which I'm not sure the number of years, but the desire for the change statistic came out of frustration from what was currently available. But then pretty quickly, starting last year, it was clear that the change statistic wasn't providing what was wanted. So in some ways, I think it could really help for us to have a much better understanding in layman terms, what is it that you haven't had before? What is it that's always been missing in these systems, that hasn't allowed the stakeholders to have what they want? I think that would be really useful, especially for those of us that aren't in those conversations, particularly years ago with the old growth model. Aside from that, so I can stop if you want to stay on that chain. I had like a different comment, just more from the open-ended thoughts.
Well, I would and take your invitation for a pause here, but don't lose
Yeah.
your thought because we want to come back to you. And Jennifer and colleagues, let me test an assumption that I think I've learned from our previous conversations. One thing that the field really values in the Commonwealth is being able to implement the calculations themselves at the district level. Like that is a priority that has emerged from conversations. And you can imagine when I say that, and I want Jennifer to check me on that in just a moment, that does reduce the number of promising solutions pretty rapidly because most people aren't going to have the capacity to run SGPs or value-added models or any complex models. But Jennifer, will you check me on that? Am I right when I reflect that from our conversation?
You're exactly right,
Okay.
Chris. Our district assessment coordinators are hands-on. They like to be able to take all the information from across all of our assessments. They like to be able to put that together in ways and do what-if scenarios. You know, if they move 5 students to post-secondary readiness, what's that do? And what impact will it have on not only the indicator, but the overall score? We create in OAA, our data team does a marvelous tool. They create, it's called a calculator, the accountability calculator. And that came out of the desire for district assessment coordinators to be able to do exactly what Chris is saying, to be able to calculate it themselves and understand that as well. So we have to have a system that they can understand, be able to, and then not only they understand it, but they can then turn to their colleagues and their principals and their superintendent and be able to explain it in layman's terms, and be able to do that. So those are critical aspects for our district assessment coordinators. The other piece that is a strong desire that we didn't have in the last one is the subcategories within the novice and apprentice. So we've heard conversation over the past few years that we want to be able to have not just the growth from one proficiency level to the next, but subcategories within that. So for example, within novice, can we parse out novice high, novice low? Can we even go farther than that and get novice high, medium, and low? You know, is there so that there's credit for that incremental growth that is happening at those lower levels, and so that it's a large jump from low novice to apprentice. But can schools and teachers be rewarded and their efforts be celebrated for making those incremental progress?
That's helpful. And Corinne, you mentioned you had a second point. You kindly paused while we explored that first point.
That's okay. I've written down my other one. so to use this opportunity to chime in, I think one thing I could really benefit before our next meeting, assuming that we decide that growth is something we're going to work on here, is some of the old documentation from the old growth model. I would love to see what was actually done before so that we understand how what we do might go back to that old system with tweaks or a completely different growth system. Yeah, that would be very helpful. I'm sure some of it's public, but yeah.
That's an easy one to follow up on, I think. Yep.
Yes, we can pull that together between the two of us.
Yeah. Good. Suzanne.
Hi, this is Suzanne Lane. Thank you, Jennifer. That was really helpful. And what I was going to suggest is to think of different growth models and provide mock-up reports compared to your previous growth model and bring in stakeholders to see whether they understand it, how they interpret it, which ones they think will be best. But it sounds like you've got a lot of information from stakeholders already, but I still think bringing in stakeholders to get their views on different methods and what the different methods can produce compared to your old one. And I think it would be helpful, Corinne, thank you, for us to look at specifically what was done in the past.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Just writing some of this down. Good stuff, Suzanne. Thank you. Elena?
This is Elena. I just wanted to really second and amplify what Suzanne just said. I was going in the same direction as her, just in terms of thinking about the stakeholder involvement, but of course it needs to be done in a way such that it's not just about going back to Pete's point, like, do you understand, do you not? But it's really clear about looking at the school profiles, understanding what that means, understanding the implications as a way to really unpack this, right? Because they need to have a really good entry point to thinking about the data. So it'd be really good to do these types of even think alouds, if you will, with certain groups of people like district assessment coordinators, thinking about some of your parents. So working with your already the larger stakeholder group that you've already been able to tap into for the local accountability work. Those are going to be great folks that you can tap into. So that'll be super helpful. I mean, I think the piece that's really just interesting to think about is really just the tension between the outcomes that you get from, say, status indicators versus the tensions that you get from the growth indicators and really navigating that. So I don't really have an answer to that because I think there's some really really strong philosophical perspectives to think about here. But I do think this notion of not just defensibility, but just fairness as a really, I would say, anchoring principle to think about the ways in which this is being operationalized. So I don't mean to be so abstract about this, but just thinking about, for example, some of the options that have been already presented right away, like I started gravitating to kind of like the true hybrid approach. And I started moving in that direction largely because I was thinking about, you know, what is it telling me? Well, it's telling me that it's giving schools credit, like wherever they're making meaningful progress. Like that's one way to think about the ways in which you're interpreting that particular type of approach. So I guess in some ways it's just thinking about how you suss out those values and those ideas a little bit more to get a little bit clearer about what we mean by fairness. But right away, that's like what came into my mind. That is not represented by all means by how everyone else thinks about fairness. So just something to think about.
Yeah, that's really good. And I appreciate you putting your finger on a particular principle that you want to elevate. I'm writing stuff down, so sorry to be distracted in my my facilitation here. Some things I want to come back to, but Leslie, I'd love to get to you, and then want to explore some points that you guys have put on the table. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, this is Leslie, and I think I'm just building off the good comments that my previous TAC colleagues have said. And for me, of course, given my inclination, which is I'm always like, if there's data, I want to kind of dig into it. and going to the document that you've shared with us with the criteria, I'm looking at the 7 questions you've listed there, and I feel like a lot of what we brought up, could a lot of it could you could verify, you could actually check with data. And then I think you've actually laid out a really good model in sort of the previous presentation about how you consider an EL progress model. You could probably do something very similar where you lay out options and then play out some data, in a very nice way that I think Kyla did in terms of the options and coming up with good examples. That's already a start of helping people understand how each of these models are different and what are the pros and cons of each. I thought she did a wonderful job, and using that same model would be great. But if you just look at the questions as far as like how you value the measuring student growth, these questions or criteria, like the first question is relationship between, the aggregate, student growth and prior. That's something you could use data to kind of verify with each of these different models you're choosing, right? You could just, if you decide, it seems like you're based on what we've heard already, we're probably already ruling out some of the more complex ones like, SGPs or value added. So with the ones you have remaining and maybe variants of that, you could try mapping this out and see how that plays out. The second question, does it favor higher or lower performing schools, or does it treat all schools equally? You could probably verify that with a simulation or kind of data to do that. So each of those, and then with background, looking at different student groups, those are all ways you can do that. And then leading to kind of the good suggestion, I think that's already been brought up. I think Suzanne brought it up, is like, ultimately you could take the real data and put this into like mock reports to see if it's easy understandable, but now it's based on actual data that people can sort of react to and see if it makes sense. And yeah, Corinne's good point about bringing back to what was previously done with the growth model, see how it was previously shown, and that could be a good sort of contrast to what it is. So yeah, I think some of these, if you have data to play it out, I'm sure like if the center's in charge of it, you probably already have some good code set in place that you could use to run it through this different type of data.
Yeah. So
I want to
good.
just chime in for a second on that, not seeing any other hands. I think it's a really good point, this idea of being able to not only bring back what folks have looked at in the past, but to kind of present it a new way. I think it's worth pointing out that the last time folks interacted in the field and in the Commonwealth with student level growth was, correct me if I'm wrong, pre-pandemic. And so we're talking about, because I think there wasn't testing in 2020, I think the model was transitioning. Maybe there was 1 year in there. So Katie, you can correct me, but really the kind of consecutive years of like full rich engagement with us was, I'm going to go ahead and say 6 years ago, right? So let's just like wrap our heads around that. How different is the world? And also, how has the population of folks in schools and districts changed greatly during that time? Not only students, but certainly the educators and staff that work there. And so they might not have that baggage coming into this. So I think it's, I guess I'm just sort of reiterating what I'm hearing others say, that it's kind of worth thinking about a fresh perspective and a fresh engagement with shareholders around the options that could be available to them. And understand they might come at that with some feedback that is generated by past experience, and that's the point, that's the idea. But others might have a perspective that is sort of less encumbered because they're newer to the field, maybe they are coming from another state, things like that.
Good stuff, Laura. Pete.
Yeah, just to I guess I haven't had my opportunity to say my favorite. I like to be the gray cloud and the silver lining quote. But it's been my admittedly limited experience, but I find that you have to be careful with which stakeholders you're asking about whether or not they prefer certain types of models, because what I've noticed is that superintendents and principals tend to like the models that make them look best. So you have to kind of work around, and I know that's not all the stakeholders you invite in, but it is something to bear in mind that they're looking out for their best interest, which makes sense. And so part of that though is so I think Leslie's idea and some of the other ideas in terms of bringing in stakeholders and Suzanne's idea of having mock-ups. I think the other thing that's really important to present and get a handle on yourself is the impact of changes in performance and small changes in performance and how that's reflected on the results of your model. Because what schools will oftentimes do is to say, well, we would have been great, but we had these 5 students. Or, that it's a bit by exception. But if you can demonstrate how, well, if these 5 students had grown, if any 5 students had grown X more or X less, here's how that gets reflected into the growth model results. I think that builds confidence. It builds how you can understand how it works, and it makes it more transparent. I guess it was all kind of the same thing, but I think it's not just displaying the results, but showing some marginal impacts that people can get their minds around.
Yeah, that's good stuff, Pete. And I agree. I think one of the maybe a point I'll make that I believe is coherent with your point is I think it's important when we work with constituent groups that we have policy discussions with policy constituents, and we have technical discussions with technical constituents. And we all know that these growth decisions are a blend of policy and technical. An example of that, and I won't forget about you, Elena, I see you there in the queue. An example of that is when we're talking about value tables, and I do want to try to spend a little time focusing on that before this topic wraps up. I see some states that will specify value tables where they don't really distinguish between gradations above proficiency. They just say, well, if you're at proficiency, just stay proficient and you'll get some award. Others might say, no, it's really important that we don't have languishing students. If you're at sort of low proficiency, you need to move to high proficiency. If you're at high proficiency, you need to move to advanced. That's a policy decision. Are those kinds of progress patterns valued by the state, and to what extent should they have influence? And that's one of the nice things about, I mean, that's why the transition tables are called value tables, is because you can design them in a way to reflect your values. You can say, we're going to have some amount of oomph for getting a student that isn't proficient to proficient, and that could be the same or different for elsewhere in the scale. So I guess the big point is, and I'm just reacting to your good advice here, Pete, is having the policy values framed clearly by the right voices, and then having technical solutions that uplift that. And as Leslie's reminding us, we can put those to the test with legacy data and other sources once we get that clear. Elena?
This is Elena. I really appreciate that idea. And one of the things I also want to kind of lift up is this notion of, there's been so much work in this area where people have looked at also school profiles without knowing the schools beforehand, because in large part it kind of helps the conversations in some ways, because it gives you a sense of, for example, like, are these the features, the qualities that we're trying to uplift, versus like beforehand, I'm thinking about my own schools, and that's really how I'm grounding the ways in which I'm entering this space. So I think there are a lot of creative ways that you can kind of work around these mock-ups, as well as the kind of the data analyses that can be done. And these are just ideas to really help ground some of the conversations so that it doesn't become too personalized up front. And it gives folks a really good sense of, like, how do these value statements play out across the schools that we're looking at?
Elena, I love this. Is such a brain blast. I love this idea, because what you made me think of is we have a good tradition in Kentucky of accountability standard setting that was based on school profiles. And I think what I hear you saying is you can do that for growth too. I can give you a school profile and you can say, is this school exhibiting a pattern or a magnitude of growth that you want to reward? Is it a problem? So, I mean, what a brilliant idea is that we can leverage those ideas to help suss out those policy priorities. Leslie.
Yeah, this is Leslie. I'm just raising my hand just to chime in very quickly to say, I just like you said, I totally love what Elena just suggested there. And it's one of those things, looking at your document, I'm trying to place it like, where would you place this as your criteria? Because in many ways, it's sort of a validity, right? It's like, okay, you're going to come up with a growth model. We're going to call it a growth model, but just because we call it a growth model doesn't actually mean it's a growth model. So how, so it's one of those things where, and what do you mean by growth in that case? But I think what Elena just suggested, well, it's a value thing, right? Here are a bunch of schools and here's their profile without naming what the school is. what is it that which one actually truly reflects real growth in terms of how you value it. And that would be a great criteria. I don't know if that means you should add an eighth criteria to your paper here, but it is something that I feel like is a good thing to, and we obviously we all talk about validity all the time, but I think that is good evidence. And one thing you can also think about when you're choosing the model, amongst the other good criteria you've already listed in the paper.
Yeah, excellent. Really well said. Well, let me, since there's a pause right now, let me lean into a couple specific questions about value tables or transition tables, since we know that that's going to be something that we shine the spotlight on in this process. Do TAC members have experiences or suggestions about how they've worked with states, constituent groups, or research that you think we should pay attention to make those decisions about how the value table would be configured? And some of those decisions are how many categories, where you split those performance levels, you splitting it into 1, 2, 3, what's too many, what's not enough. How are you deciding on the points you get for certain transitions? I have ideas, but KTE gets plenty of time with me. We don't get as much time with you guys. Let's hear some of your ideas for how you've approached that. Leslie? And if you want to answer something else, it's your time, but that's a prompt I'm interested in.
No, I'm taking your cue, and this is Leslie. Yeah, I'll just throw out a couple of things because you've already listed a bunch of good considerations there, but two things that in some of the states that I've gotten to work that we wrestle with, as you mentioned, how do you subdivide those categories, right? And I think obviously you said it well, Chris. This called values tables for a reason. So how you subdivide it should reflect your values or priority. But just coming from a pure technical perspective, I think something we should always pay attention to is making sure that the growth is meaningful in the sense that we do know the scale, we do know the standard error across the scale from that point, right? Making sure that you set those bands so that you're not just capturing noise, right? Because if in a typical scale you have less error and you're more precise in the middle and have more error on the side. So making sure that when you establish those bands that at least the band should be wider than one standard error measurement. So that's not like you're literally just capturing noise in that case if someone moves from one category to the other. So just thinking about that technical aspect. The other one I'll just throw out there is if you're also going to consider multiple programs. So at least in my limited experience on this TAC, I haven't heard much about the alternate assessment. And I'm going to assume that the alternate assessment would be part of maybe the growth indicator as well. In that case, you probably have performance standards on the alternate assessment and also on the regular assessment. How do you make sure that whatever transition you have in those two programs are comparable, right? So that you're not advantaging or disadvantaging one program or the other. So that's another consideration I know that some have had to consider when they introduce something like a transition table.
That's really good. I'm still taking some notes, but please go ahead, Pete.
Yeah, just to piggyback or to kind of add on to Leslie's comments about kind of some of the technical pieces. The other thing to I think you want to try to avoid is a situation where there's unequal difficulty in moving across bands by different grade levels. So it may be much more, well, and this is this notion of decelerating progress. And we know that the effect size of progress gets smaller over grade. And so I think you need to keep track of moving from low intermediate to high intermediate. How you figure out what that means in grade 3 is going to be a different amount of progress than it is in grade 7, because if you simply just equidistant within each band, you're likely going to get this effect where middle schools are going to demonstrate very low growth, not because of what they're doing, but because of the way you set up your table.
Such a good point. If you just pick the midpoint between all these categories, there's so many pitfalls, and I think you're naming one very important one, which is you might be establishing very different standards of rigor. Might be a lot harder to go from 3A to 3B than it is from 1A to 1B, and that's testable. But the upshot of that is once you have a sense for what sort of comparable rigor, and I can think of a few ways to do that, then that's going to cause you to sort of tinker with the width and the placement of the bands. And then you got to go back to Leslie's advice, make sure the bands are at least bigger than the conditional standard error of measure. So yeah, this is all really, really practical, smart guidance. Other thoughts from the TAC?
This is Suzanne. I just wanted to reiterate what Leslie said about cutting up the performance level and making sure that any growth is not just reflecting error, because I've seen states that really want to divide it as much as possible. So when thinking, if you're going to get news data and report out, I think these kind of issues need to be thought about when you're presenting it to users, because users would love to see it broken up into as many categories as possible. But if it's not possible, then I would present it in a way that reflects that you're showing accurate growth from one area on the scale to another.
Absolutely. Good advice, Suzanne. Other thoughts or comments? Well, I'm kind of excited to get to work on this. There's so many good ideas here. I'm sort of ready to put together some plans that build on this. So this conversation, I think, gives us lots of momentum and lots of good ideas. Leslie.
Yeah, hi, this is Leslie. And this is actually more of a question than a suggestion. And it's one of the, you did mention it, Chris, in kind of the prelude to this, is the actual values that go into the value table. I noticed, for instance, I'm sure there's a reason that, and again, I'm not, that there was 60 and 140 is what I saw in the tables for the EL. But those are often require quite a bit of discussion as well, because those numbers, and I've definitely been in contexts where gazillion options get presented about what could be in there. But ultimately, I think one way to sort of further validate or kind of at least verify those is to play it out in some sort of simulation where and you could probably easily come up with a simulator where you could have different values put in the table and with proposed cutting up of levels and stuff, and see how those play out in an aggregate way once you play it out. But even the numbers themselves, I mean, numbers will have meaning, right? So I'm guessing 60 and 140 were chosen for specific reasons. If those are numbers that have specific meaning to the state, then maybe that's where you can start, or maybe it should be different numbers in this way. But yeah, that's just to highlight that those numbers that you choose to put in the table you'll probably require some thought, both between the policy but also considering their technical implications as well.
Really good, Leslie. Thank you very much. Pete and then Corinne.
Yeah, just to piggyback on Leslie again. But this reminded me when I was looking at the table, the value table from the EL growth. I think picking those actual the absolute values of those numbers is kind of important, because when I was looking at the box plot and you saw that the average value in elementary school was 50 and the average value in high school was 20, that didn't create any affordance for me of what that meant, of what progress really is. And so I think part of this notion of transparency and comprehensibility and coherence is using values that you can derive some meaning from, because 50 out of, I just don't know what 50 means as an average for elementary schools. And I know that requires a bit of thinking, but I think it's worth doing.
Yeah, good. I'm just jotting some of this down. Corinne.
Hi, yes, it's Corinne Manley. This is just because it sounded like we're winding down a little, and I don't know if it's a needed comment, but in the document that was provided with the different questions, one that really threw me was the question of statistical controls entering in student background and all. That that seems really specific to me to when we're trying to get at something causal. And of course, it poses huge problems for some of the things that have come up, right? Districts being able to calculate on their own and using value tables in general that don't differentiate by student group, right? And of course, there's a lot of politics around that. So anyway, I'm just throwing out of all the questions, that one really threw me as to if that's a reasonable thing that we should even be thinking about. But that's, coming from my own perspective.
I'm glad you brought that up. I don't think we should blow past that. I think that's a conversation that deserves some attention and can benefit from TAC advice. I think you're right. Those tend to be decisions we think about in the context of value-added models. And in fact, some people kind of use that as a definition of a value-added model, as one in which there are conditioning factors. I think other people dispute that. They say value-added is more of a verb than a noun. It's kind of how you use the model to make inferences. But regardless, the conversation of conditioning factors, and particularly what they mean for accountability, is massively important. Because just to be clear, I mean, I get both sides. You can craft persuasive arguments. On the one hand, you can say these conditioning factors are really important to minimize differences across schools that have different characteristics of students that they serve, and it's something that helps us achieve a level of fairness and minimizes bias. On the other hand, people will say, well, they mask the very thing you care about detecting, and they set up a situation where you have differential performance targets depending on demographic factors, which is quite controversial. So I think we shouldn't be coy about registering a viewpoint about these very important decisions. Yeah. Elena?
This is Elena. I just want to kind of go back to your point, Chris, about that, because this is what I was trying to get at in terms of the philosophical issues that often come up when people are talking about growth and status, for example, and the implications of that. And the only reason why I think it's really tricky and probably really helpful to do this kind of like blinded school profile thing is because of the fact that oftentimes what we've heard, so just even I'm in a state, for example, that's had, the student growth percentiles forever. And just to be very clear, what has happened is there's been a lot of tensions about, well, if it's even slightly correlated with like status, then it's biased. Like that is the kind of conversation that is happening in across spaces. And there isn't necessarily also a consideration of the other reality. Is it also reflecting, and this is something that Damien has often said, is really just ground truthing, like understanding, like, is this reflective of what is happening in terms of actual performance in the school? And do we shy away from that because it's saying something that you don't necessarily like? So I think part of it is a really, I would say, difficult conversation. And there are some really strong philosophical viewpoints about this that we certainly can't resolve as a TAC, but I think these are great conversations to have when you have those conversations with the stakeholders.
And at a minimum, as you and Corinne and others are doing, sort of naming those considerations, I think will help the department and their interest holders navigate them. And so I'm glad we're talking about this. Pete?
I mean, has it changed that you're allowed to use in federal account? This is for federal accountability, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I didn't think you were allowed to use student background characteristics in your growth models anyway.
I didn't think that was a prohibition from ESSA, and I know many states that do.
It's not a prohibition, but the ESSA allows what distinguishes like the English language progress in English language proficiency indicator is that you can have different growth targets. You can't have different growth targets for different populations and academic growth.
Right. So
maybe that's the difference.
That could be it. I mean, that was just a clarification, just because I'm getting fuzzy on what the rules were here. Must be that early time frame again. That's my excuse. be that as it may, I mean, one of the benefits of whatever type of growth modeling you're doing is that, and this is an empirical question that you can answer with Kentucky data, obviously, is that once you include prior performance, it soaks up virtually all of the variability that exists in the student background. So there's really no need to go down that road. You want to know what the impact of it is, but you don't want to include it.
I totally agree. And it gives us an ability to avoid tough conversations like, are we having higher standards for students who are in poverty compared to those who aren't? Or so, yeah, we just say
Right.
prior performance helps set the bar. As you noted, it captures most of the variability. And yeah, but yeah, more I could say, but I'll stop there. Yeah.
Sorry, I just have to interject for a second. So this is Elena. Totally agree, but you're still going to get stakeholders who'll say, we want to see a two-step approach to doing this work, and you'll have to bake that in somehow. So just be ready that these are conversations that people are still going to want to have.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. I've been part of those conversations too, so I know what you mean. I've got some of the wounds to show. Yeah. All right. This is good. This, like I said, I mean, when I say this gives us a ton of momentum to continue this work, and I'm excited to be able to check in with the TAC at our next meeting about where this is going. Well, I'm gonna sort of last call for anything on growth, and then I'm gonna transition to we're a few minutes ahead of time, but that's not a bad thing necessarily. And then I'm going to transition us to two things, and I'll take them in whatever order you prefer. Having the TAC review recommendations from today and having the TAC provide. I actually, when I think about it, I think it's better for the TAC to do a kind of a round robin first and say all the things that you want to elevate for priorities or amplify from previous conversations, because that might inspire us to tinker with some of the recommendations. And then our last step, I see Laura nodding, so good, we're in agreement. And then our last step is that we'll walk through the recommendations and make sure it covers all your guidance.
And not only could we tinker with past recommendations, which you are encouraged to do for today, is we can add recommendations strictly within this agenda item of TAC priorities.
So my suggestion, and I'll just let you guys volunteer in whatever order you like, but I would love to have each TAC member take a moment to share their thoughts as they reflect on our time together today and yesterday. And if you don't have anything else to add, just say pass or something. But I'd love to have each of you share some reflections with us. So I'll just wait to see who's kind enough to go first.
And I'll chime in just to say reflections on the meeting, and they might be baked in, but thoughts you have about the work going forward. I'd love to see this. I'd love to continue certain conversations. I think it would be important for us to have these topics on future agendas.
I could chime in. I don't know if it's a giant comment here for you. But I think this discussion we've just had in growth models is really one. I think it's we all can add from perspectives, but also have strong backgrounds in this area in ways that not everybody maybe would, right? And in KD and other areas. I love the kind of amount of material that was provided ahead of time. I think it makes it so much easier to reflect. So I know it's more work on us, but it just, I think, makes for the fruitful conversation that we saw. Had it been a couple slides real quick on growth, I think we'd have a very different conversation today. So I'm not trying to put a lot of, I'm looking at to see if anybody's mad at me on the TAC, but I do think the more we can prep with things like that, the richer this is, and the more we can bring our value to the team. Yeah.
That's really helpful to hear. Thank you, Corinne. Expect hundreds and hundreds of pages of pre-reads next time.
I'm expecting that when I ask for the old growth model documents. I know that's that could come with a lot.
Thank you, and we appreciate how conscientiously you all prepare. That adds a lot of value to our meetings. Leslie.
Yeah, this is Leslie, and yeah, no, I agree with Corinne. The materials that were prepared ahead of time were very, very helpful. I think I highlighted at the beginning the meeting minutes even were very helpful because because in this case we hadn't met for almost a year. It was great to help us jog our memory, and then with the materials, it really helped sink in. As far as thinking about potential, thoughts or maybe things that we could look in the future, and you know, it feels like the service that your vendor's been providing you, specifically in this case, Pearson, has been really good. It seems like the center setting process went really well. And being a relatively new person to the TAC, I guess I haven't had a chance to really see sort of the full range of work that Pearson does for you. And I have no doubt they're doing a good job. I know Tracy's a very experienced, so she's probably been a pretty good leader in terms of leading the work that she's provided you. But I do recall, and you'll recall this, Chris, you and I served on attack once where actually you were the one that suggested it, which ended up being a very good exercise. And that was precipitated because issues actually came up in the state. But as we know, prevention is always the best, is always the best thing. But what you had suggested after the issue had occurred in that particular context was, hey, it may not be a bad idea every once in a while to bring to the TAC sort of the psychometric processes that the state goes through, right? And just to sort of like think through, hey, are these processes, first of all, I'm sure they're sound, but first of all, it would help someone like me to get a better understanding of what the vendor is doing for you and potentially provide, for me, it'd be a good edification and learning, but also maybe provide some suggestion about potential process improvements. But also thinking about where could some analyses that are currently done that could lead to some pitfalls, or others that we could be add to kind of address potential things that come up. For instance, I think the particular example I thought of in that state was there was a huge change in sort of the performance at one point. And actually, I do believe one of your colleagues at the center, Nathan, presented actually a really good framework to say, oh, here's some additional analyses that a vendor may want to do. Even if things look normal, quote normal in a year, at least to take a look at that, so you could at least have some baseline in place, so that when something does occur out of the ordinary, you're ready to check and you have the baseline to check against in that case. So just this idea of at some point as a topic, maybe not the next meeting, but an occasional review of just the processes, maybe even your technical documentation that the state has, just so that we can make sure that everything is still going well. And if something were to go a little different at the time, we'll at least have that background that we've had that. So that would be my one sort of suggestion as a potential future topic.
Thank you so much for that. That's really helpful. I took at least two things from that. One is, and it's as if you've been listening in to some of our background conversations. So there might be some nods from people who weren't even on camera here. We've been talking a little bit about having a cycle where we hit certain topics at a certain cadence, just to make sure the TAC is aware of the procedures, scaling, equating, calibration, and the like. Even if there aren't major changes, I think it's good to make sure the TAC is fully aware of these things and can be a good partner in advising. And sort of the second thing I heard you say, Leslie, was the TAC can be helpful in shaping what some of these regular analyses and inquiries should look like in meetings. So, for example, I know the instance that you're reflecting on in that other TAC that we're at. So the TAC was instrumental in describing the kinds of like post-assessment analyses that the state would present to the TAC to make sure that you're prepared to address the kinds of questions that the TAC can help advise on. So really grateful for your good advice there, Leslie. Suzanne?
I really like Leslie's idea of trying to provide like an overview of the work and the processes that Pearson is doing. And I think that will help us as we move forward. And I was going to suggest for the work that Humro's do, and I know they presented either the last meeting or the meeting prior to that, their validity argument and the type of work they have. But I think it would be useful, like before their presentation, is just to have a 2-page, sending it to us, where this study falls within their validity argument. Just to provide a frame of reference, and when they were asking other validity research, it's hard to comment on that when you've discussed this validity argument maybe a year ago. Another thing, and I think the notion of having kind of a 3-year plan for the item bank has been discussed previously. And it was really, for me, it was hard to really think about the item bank without knowing what the plan is in the future and whether there's enough items. Short term's great, but long term. So it might be something, I don't know, that sorry, Chris, the center could do with the state is thinking about a plan for ensuring the sufficient number of items, because I've seen states get into the spot where, they are just reusing way too many items. And even, well, you release all the items. Is it all the items that are released each administration in Kentucky? No.
No, it's a
So it would-
subset. Mhm.
yeah, it would also be useful to see when thinking about item banks, like the number of times items have been used and to have some criteria for using items over the years.
Yeah.
And
good.
one other, and then I'll be quiet. One
No, no,
other
keep
thing.
going.
I think it would be useful because there is a validity argument, I believe, that Humro and this state has done, but also to try to embed a fairness argument within that, just to ensure that, we're thinking about all of the relevant subgroups, students with disabilities, ELLs, students living in economically impoverished areas, etc.
Really good. Pete, please go ahead.
All right, I thought the timing for me going was good because Suzanne, I wanted to piggyback on that of what she had mentioned. One was the item banks, and I think the notion that creating a plan is vendor specific is incorrect. I mean, the vendor is working for the state and you're developing a plan for the state. Whether you carry out that plan, that's a different notion. So I think it should be, the recommendation for me is for the state to think about their next contract to make it an explicit element to have a plan and to develop a plan that moves, from 3 to 5 years or whatever that is for that. And because it seems like, yes, we've been talking about this and they keep punting. And I know they have a lot to do and they do good work, but this should be something they should provide as well. The second thing I'd like to see, and this borrows from what Suzanne talked about. I'm really borrowing from you now. Is what you mentioned yesterday about COG labs for the science items. I wasn't convinced that the items weren't items, and then they were post hoc looking for the 3 dimensions within those items, as opposed to the items actually being developed with those dimensions as specific elements of design. And so I think the COG labs could probably go a long way towards addressing that. I think that's pretty important because they're hanging their hat on this 3-dimensionality of the items. And I also think that for the discussions that for all of the analyses that Humro does, I think clearly they do really good work, but it'd be really helpful, and it would be very helpful to get a little more specificity on what they present to us. I think as noted, it's difficult to make suggestions when the question is, what do you suggest, as opposed to what is your reaction to some of these things that we are planning to do fairly specifically. And secondly, and I didn't, maybe I didn't have enough coffee this morning, but it seems to me that we never get very detailed results from these studies. So there's a lot of sort of, and maybe they're worried about our time or the timing, or maybe Chris, you're limiting how much time they get. I don't know, but I'd like to see a little more concreteness in the results that are presented, because again, it makes it easier for us to identify whether or not what they've done aligns with the claims that they're making based on the results that are presented. But if there's no results presented, it's all a little bit fluffy, and makes it difficult to help the state. And then moving forward, of course, so I think those things are moving forward. obviously the EL discussion in progress, your growth modeling are things are things that are obviously very important.
Yeah. Good stuff, Pete. Lots of good things for the notes here. Thank you so much for that. Elena?
This is Elena. I won't add more because I think all of my colleagues had made excellent points that I fully support. So if anything, you can just underscore that and say Elena supports all of that. One of the things I just want to uplift is thank you so much for going back to a regular cadence for these meetings. I think it is really important for us to be able to continue with these touch points periodically and make sure that we're not kind of spacing them out too long, because it does become really difficult for us to weigh in on a lot of these things and recollect like all of the things that we've discussed in the past. So I think just having these more regular kind of touch points will be super helpful moving forward. Thank you.
Great. All right. Anything else? Last call for comments from the TAC before we start to go through our recommendations from today. All right, well, let's go through our recommendations, and then if that inspires additional contributions, we'll go where you lead us. I'm in the document. I would encourage the recommendations document. I would encourage other TAC members to follow along with me if you can pull that document up on your device. Starting with the KDE update. Some of the things we heard were to collect information to evaluate KDE's initiatives. Two that were named were the high quality instructional materials literacy support, including investigating patterns of student progress for selected schools and groups. Those insights can be used to inform priorities and methods for improvements to accountability and support. Consider using Coyote data to inform studies about local initiatives to support college readiness, and then monitor the potential impact of transitioning from ACT to SAT. So I know there's a lot baked into those statements, but let me pause there to see if there's any proposed edits or additions.
Chris, I just have a question. I'm assuming there's going to be an alignment study with the SAT and comparing it with the alignment of the ACT and thinking about impact.
I don't know if that's planned. And I don't know if KDE has any information to share with me, but otherwise we might just add that to our recommendation there if TAC feels that's appropriate. So we could put, I'll just make it a separate. And maybe if it's, I assume you mean an independent alignment.
Yes, I was saying yes with my mic off.
And I guess this is just a question. This is Elena. Typically when these RFPs go out and the decision is made, I thought usually the folks who are making the decisions would be looking at the alignment piece. So maybe that may have been done as part of kind of like the RFP. So just, it's a question.
Yeah. Thank you. That gives us a note there that I've just added. So thank you. Good suggestions, Suzanne and Elena. So conduct independent alignment study to evaluate correspondence between SAT and the Kentucky academic standards if not already completed. And of course, that's important for peer review. So it's not just a good idea from TAC, it's help the state stay in compliance. All right, I'm going to keep us moving to the HUMRO section, and I will, again, we can go backwards if we need to. future studies, we heard the TAC say we want to prioritize a review of curriculum materials and assessments. I think this was one where I was attending some of the comments that Elena made early on in the conversation. The assessments being used in the classroom, to the extent possible, provide information to educators about the differences in instruction and assessment materials observed and what characteristics and features distinguish those materials among factors such as higher and lower rated materials, locally versus commercially developed materials. So for site visits, include schools that are higher and lower performing. Among other benefits, it will better position KTE to distinguish between practices associated with effectiveness and to evaluate the fidelity to which they are occurring. I remember that was something that I was keying off of Pete's guidance. Oh, go ahead, Corinne.
Yeah, I think this is the space too where we talked about maybe selecting schools based on if they have ones that have reduced the gaps in science.
Mm-hmm.
I'm scrolling though to make sure it just doesn't come later.
Yeah, I think I was trying to capture that in the last one, but again, I want to make
Okay.
sure the language is right. When we were talking about future priorities, one of the things I heard was there's sort of some long clauses here, aren't they? Evaluate assessment patterns to better understand the downward trend in science performance, and this might help identify promising practices for beating the
Yeah.
odds. But I don't know, this could be improved. Yeah.
Well, but I leave it to others, and this shows my memory problem. I felt like we were recommending that they include that maybe in site visit so that they would have some
Yeah.
detailed information on them, not necessarily just identifying post hoc. Yeah. But it wasn't just myself. I think in fact it was somebody else's comment that I liked, so others should chime in.
Yeah, help me.
Maureen, sorry,
Go
I
ahead.
agree with you. I think it is starting now to be able to identify schools that are typically low performing because they're comparing it with their performance to math and reading. So if they're doing better in science, for those schools that might not be considered to be doing better in general, but actually are.
Thank you. And I've got some work to do to get this right. Elena, go ahead and pipe in though, please.
So just in terms of for future studies here, so should we just make it more explicit that we're talking about the science studies in particular? Unless they really want to do a curriculum inventory across the board. I just
think
don't
that's a
want them to
great point.
feel very overwhelmed knowing that this is a public document.
You can add science in there, keep it simple.
Yeah.
For now, yeah. Down
Yeah.
the road, they may want to do something else, but
Right. I think that's reasonable. That's what that was the lane we were in today.
Yeah, good. All right, so hopefully this is cleaned up here on the last one. So we're evaluating the science results to better understand the downward trend in assessment performance. And the TAC noted that's factors that the EG is doing some work there, not exhaustive, but that could include grades, groups, scores, and the idea is to help identify promising practices. And that's different from this one we put for site visits, include schools that are higher and lower performing. And that was to distinguish between practices associated with effectiveness and the fidelity to which they were occurring. So here, as what I heard is, don't just have low performing schools. Like we really want to learn from both. We want to be able to determine the differences between what we see in each so that we can provide guidance back to schools about how they differ and how that informs their practice.
could I just add maybe one more thing here? Because this is tied to the comments that Pete was making and Corinne, I believe. This is in reference to this notion of, I think there needs to be a better, I would say, framing of future research priorities and the work they're going to be doing relative to kind of like either if it's a broader evaluation agenda, understanding the underlying like logic, as well as perhaps if it's part of a broader validation study, understanding how these fit within the context of those validation studies. Those are more kind of broader things that were brought up later, but it is really critical for this piece.
So Lynn, if I'm following you correctly, and I'm not sure I am, but so if we're going to go to the next bullet where there's the recommendation about the science instruction observation rubrics, maybe you're suggesting it wasn't just about that. It was about the broad
Oh.
frame for the studies.
Oh, sorry. I
Yeah.
see where the mistake. I'm actually referencing for future research priorities.
Okay.
Just maybe if there's a way that we could add in something, like it may be an extra bullet that's needed, but we're just trying to amplify this point about really understanding kind of the purpose and how it fits within the broader context of, say broader validation studies that are being conducted by the state, so that there's a clear understanding of the through line of the why behind these studies and the questions that they're trying to answer.
I think this connects to some of what Suzanne was, this is Laura, I think connects back to some of what Suzanne was saying earlier, and maybe it is a separate point. Maybe it's a request. Suzanne, what I heard you say was, you all would benefit, and this goes to that point of just wanting to be as productive and constructive in how you can engage in these meetings and providing feedback. If you can have something included in the advanced reading that speaks to sort of where this work situates as part of the larger validity study. So that can be true for the HMRO research. It could be true for other aspects of the work as well. So maybe it does stand alone.
Well, I was just thinking about this because this is under the title of HMRO Research and Reports.
Yes.
And I think it's just an important kind of signal to HMRO and the state about like how this work is aligned to
Yes,
these broader
and I'm not,
initiatives.
yes, and so let me clarify, I do mean it under that heading and that
Oh,
agenda
got it.
item. I'm
Okay.
saying a separate bullet from the last one, which is this guidance for future research priorities.
Oh,
I'm
got
just
it.
saying that maybe
Sure.
there is a more of a bullet around like the pre-meeting materials that may be helpful. So Chris, I'm gonna try and say like, materials describing research proposals and or findings should situate that work within the larger validity argument made by the organization, by HMRO. I'm looking to you, Suzanne, as I say that, to feel like if that wording captures also what you were saying.
I think it does. I think it's important to understand where this fits within their validity argument. And so, but I also want to, Elena's point, I think like that first bullet or somewhere, it should include that there needs to be research questions or draft research questions for any
Okay.
study that they come to us with,
Okay.
in
I was trying to merge
coordination with-
those things together and I shouldn't have, I think is what I'm hearing. Elena, your point is distinct from that idea of, okay, thank you. So Chris, are you grabbing that? Sorry, I'm scrolling around between different docs. Okay. Does that capture it, Elena, then what we're putting in? Okay, thank you. Sorry if I tried to concatenate those and I shouldn't have.
It's all good. We're all trying to make sure our record reflects the guidance here. So see how I'm doing here with my extemporaneous writing. So I'm going to go back to site visits, include schools that are higher and lower performing. You can read the rest. And work with KDE to prioritize the questions before developing science instruction observation rubrics. Kyla, go ahead. I see you've got your hand up.
I just have a quick question on the second bullet. To the extent possible, provide information to educators about the differences in instruction. Is that providing information to them or is that requesting information from them? That's probably unimportant because eventually it'll get synthesized, but my understanding was we need to collect more information about the context in which these assessments are being used.
I think
That's a good point. Yeah.
This is Suzanne. I think it's both, like to try to collect that. But then if you've got a representative sample, like through the surveys, or, you can provide context about your sample. And then it'd be useful for educators to know for those schools that are showing progress, what are the curriculum materials that they're using? You know, what are they doing different than those not? So that's not in the beginning. That should be like at the end. If you can make such generalizations, I know it's going to be specific with respect to student population, perhaps, you know, a teacher experience in this type of science instruction, etc. But to provide something back might be useful.
Kyla, thanks for pausing us there, because I do think there was some confusion about what was being communicated. So now it's reframed to say, to focus on the recommendation from the TAC is elicit that information from educators. And then I just added that line at the end, share findings with the field as appropriate. The reason I put it a little soft as appropriate is because I don't want to assume that every single thing the state collects is necessarily public. There'll be some judgment about that. Yeah. Good. Thanks, Kyla. All right, then I'm down here, work with KDE to prioritize the key questions before developing the science instruction observation rubric. Elena, check me that I referenced all the scholars you invited us to think about there. But you gave us some great suggestions, and I don't want to lose that there's some scholarship that we can pay attention to make sure that we're proceeding appropriately. There was a recommendation to add feedback from students in the survey plans and focus groups. We've been working on this guidance for future research priorities and sort of put all that under one umbrella here. So these are, as we think ahead, I'm trying to put, these are things the TAC invites us to prioritize as we think ahead. And then as Laura was helping us craft, there's a separate recommendation about describing proposals and findings that are situated within a larger validity argument. I'll keep us moving. And again, speak up at any point here. And the EL topic, we heard the TAC invite us to consider coherence across growth models when identifying a solution for progress to ELP. That not the same thing as saying they have to be the same, but I think what the TAC was saying is we need to make sure that we have a good rationale for those choices and that they are, we can communicate about the relationship. Any comprehensive solution must take into account pending changes to the WIDA performance standards. There's a lot behind those words. We talked about that at some length. Ensure the key design principles are made explicit in the framework. I really, really appreciated this from the TAC. I thought this was really strong. And I tried to record some of those design principles. They include expectations about time to exit, nonlinear growth, anchoring in the literature about language development by age, minimize bias by school type, and the model should be simple enough to understand and implement. There's probably some parallel clause structure I'm violating here. Let me. But hopefully that captures the key points. And then we heard the TAC say a couple different ways: use external data to help determine if the expectations are appropriate. These may include an examination of the appropriateness of the exit standard and how results impact different school types.
I think really if only others agree, but when I was commenting on that, I would say how results impact different school types and the EL students themselves, right? I think my concern or my thought on the external data was making sure that choices we make about awarding points to schools also result in beneficial trajectories for the students, you know.
That's so important, and I'm glad you added that.
And maybe it might be worth adding something to the external data so that we're also considering more proximal measures to things that are more closer to the classroom space. Otherwise, I fear that oftentimes what we end up doing is just looking at a lot of other distal measures.
Yeah, we could write to It's like external to the state accountability test data, not necessarily external to anything else. It could be very internal to the student, yeah, in the school.
Yeah, maybe we could do this as an EG. So we can use a wide range of data. And those may be things like, Elena, give me some examples of some things that were in your mind here.
So thinking about, for example, the portfolios that schools, specialists in particular, collect for MLs. So I think that's important to consider.
Yeah. And the external was meant to be like so I think what we had in mind was like state assessment data. But again, that's why I said these are EGs. It's not exhaustive list. We're saying like there's a wide range of data. Some of that's internal, proximal, some of that's external, but all of those should be leveraged to help determine if the expectations are appropriate. Good. That's helpful. Okay, I'm going to move us to growth. We had a lot that I captured here. Started with, I was keying off of Pete's comments, really trying to help us thread the needle here on complexity and simplicity. I tinker with this a lot, but where I landed was when navigating complexity and simplicity, it's key to promote appropriate interpretation and use, focus on efforts to clarify interpretation. I guess what I was after there is, I think Pete was saying, like sometimes the complexity can be under the hood. But if you focus on making sure you're clearly communicating, that's where you're going to get a lot of juice for the squeeze. Maybe I should say to promote clear and communication. There was a clear recommendation to share documentation from the legacy growth model to inform future conversations. That came from Corinne. Very, very good suggestion and easy to meet. As part of the design and evaluation process, work with a wide range of constituents to include preparing sample results for candidate growth models to see if users can recover the intended interpretations and uses. Yeah, this was a good idea. This was one of these things where we're saying, like, to pressure test whether it's clear. One way to do that is to ask users to see if they're recovering the intended interpretations through like sample reports. So that's a great idea. Fairness should be elevated as an anchoring principle. For example, the model should be appropriate sensitive progress along the full scale and not systematically advantage or disadvantage certain schools or districts. Test assumptions regarding the key criteria with legacy data. The process used in the ELP exploration can inform the approach for general growth. So I think this is where I was keying off of Leslie's comments. He's saying, hey, those memos that we got from Kyla were really useful to help pressure test ELP. Something similar in the general growth has promise. Really excited about Elena's advice here to leverage the lessons from accountability standard setting to pressure test policy assumptions about growth. So it was using those anonymized school profiles to say, is this growth good enough? How about this? Yeah. There was several things the TAC said to help us specify value tables if that's the direction the state goes. The band should be wider than the conditional standard error measure for that region of the scale. Minimize differences in rigor across the performance range. The point value should be informed by policy advisors and pressure tested via analyses and include the alternate assessment in the decisions. I should put in the framework development, in the model development. And prioritize comparability across. And I think what the general and alternate assessment. So I think what I was after with that one is don't forget about the alternate assessment when you develop the growth model and think about a coherent methodology, like an approach. And it doesn't mean the same thing because I think what Leslie was saying, you might have a lot more constrained range of information you can work with, but at least you should apply the same conceptual framework to the alternate. so that it's as coherent as possible. And then good advice to make sure we document all the choices and rationale for the table values. We were jotting down some things just now that we heard from your round robin at the end. Corinne appreciated the rich materials that help promote productive conversations. We heard you say review psychometric processes for the state assessment programs at regular cadence at future meetings and work with the TAC to establish the characteristics and features of regular analyses that will be prepared for the TAC. Oh, with adequate lead time. Yeah, that phrase is doing some work. Thank you. And that's good. That's fair. Where possible and appropriate, have vendors and partners address the validity and fairness of their proposals, analyses, and documentation. It's important to develop a multi-year item development plan to ensure there are a sufficient number of items. The plan should not be vendor specific. It should match the state's requirement with respect to factors such as blueprint priorities, release, refresh, etc. Science items should be developed from the start to conform to the assessment targets, not evaluated post hoc. I would say not exclusively evaluated post hoc is maybe a better way to say that. More specificity about development features such as task templates and cognitive labs can help with that. Provide more detail about the results of the studies that are presented to the TAC. This help the TAC determine if the studies appropriately support the intended claims and maintain a regular schedule of TAC meetings. It's almost like you guys did a lot of work over 2 days. What?
We've got great leaders, Chris and Laura.
Well, I appreciate you guys. So yeah, any kind of final call for additions or revisions to these recommendations?
No, this is not a
Oh,
comment.
sorry.
Sorry, Elena.
Oh, no,
This
go
is
ahead.
it.
Fran, I'll go after.
Okay. This isn't something you need to record, but in my memory too, we didn't always do recommendations. I believe that was introduced by a policy. I actually really like this. I like that we're leaving really discussing what our recommendations are. That's improved a lot, kind of the flow and being able to know what we expect and what y'all expect. Yeah.
I just wanted to add for the task templates piece. This is something that Suzanne wisely brings up quite often, and I think it's really important for us to also build that in as part of that multi-year item development plan, is to think about ways in which those are actually baked in the ways and how they're thinking about the development process as well. So I just want to make sure that we're not thinking about that exclusively within the context of science, but also within just the broader idea of the entire development plan moving forward.
And to piggyback on Corinne, one of the things that some states do is at the next meeting or at future meetings, address the recommendations. So do they, because these are only recommendations to the state and they can take them or they don't need to. So maybe to address the ones they think are important.
That's good. I like that idea. Nice little report back to the TAC. Here's the ones that were prioritized and here's what we can tell you about those steps. Nice. Well, at this point in the meeting, we will invite a motion to accept your recommendations from day 2.
I motion to approve the recommendations.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Corinne, seconded by Elena. All in favor? Raise your hand.
Aye.
Yeah. Any opposed? All right, so the motion carries unanimously. We have 2 sets of recommendations from day 1 and day 2. We're about 25 minutes ahead of schedule. So once again, you were good and efficient on day 2. Thank you for that. Let me pass the baton to KDE to see if they have any closing remarks to share with the TAC.
Well, thanks, Chris. And again, I echo the sentiments of 2 very productive days. I think we've saw and heard a lot of good recommendations, and gives us a excuse me, gives us a very solid um, kind of direction moving forward. A lot of things for us to talk about. Um, I'm betting that you and Laura and Kyla, as well as our friends at Humro, were probably thinking, "Wow, look at all the other look at all of the work we have coming up." So I think that we definitely have a lot of good information to share out, and I again want to commend the center for always doing a wonderful job in leading these meetings and capturing the recommendations, as well as taking good minutes, and all of our all of our TAC members. We are very, very grateful for your time and the opportunity to get to come together and meet and hear your wonderful ideas. And so always look forward to these meetings. And then, of course, all the folks that helped make today possible. Couldn't do that without them as well. So very, very appreciative of that. And I see Jennifer's jumped on, so I'll hush and let her.
Kevin, I just wanted to say the same thing. Members, thank you very much for your energy today and yesterday. It's been a lot, and you have been focused, you've been engaged, and we really appreciate your dedication to providing us the good feedback, that valuable guidance that you always bring to us. There's a lot of those recommendations that we look forward to digging into and working with the center on, as well as our partners with Humro and our assessment vendors to move forward with some of those conversations. Just want to say thanks to all of the presenters yesterday and today, and for those that made it work behind the scenes. We had some technical difficulties that we were thankfully able to overcome today, and glad that everyone could fully engage in the conversation and the voting. So thank you. And this is a great way to kick off 2026. It's going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing what we can accomplish together this year.
All right. Well, it is a pleasure to work with all of you. Thanks from me as well. And without further delay,
We
we'll
need to
adjourn.
vote to adjourn.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
That's right.
Nope, all good. I'm such a party pooper, but anyhow, we have to document our adjourning time, so we need a motion to adjourn, please.
Keeping us
I
in
so
line.
move.
Laura.
We have a second?
I think Suzanne moved. Yep.
A second, Corinne.
Thank you. All in favor, please raise your hands on the screen somehow. Seeing all in favor, the motion carries and is approved. We are adjourning at 3:38 Eastern Time. Thank you, everybody. Take care and be well.
Bye, everybody.